It was a warm night and a festival was in full swing at which many people had gathered. Everyone was very happy, dancing, singing, and enjoying the holiday. At that time, a young girl was watching this from afar. At this time, a small fairy flew up to the girl who was watching. The girl addressed her, calling her fairy and asking how she found out that she was here. The little fairy said that they had already talked about it and reminded her that she smelled very sweet. After smelling herself, the girl realized that she did not feel anything. Fairy asked her if she misses people and added that during every festival she goes out and observes it like this. The girl replied that she did not miss people at all and added that she was just very interested. The girl was very interested in what people do during the festival. The Prime Minister declared that from the next new year, a great suppression of monsters will be organized, and all for the safety of their beloved families, in the name of the well-being of the respected emperor. They were going to exterminate all creatures called monsters. When R was talking to the fairy, they saw a leaf flying over their heads. They became interested in what it was. Fairy caught the paper and asked R what was written here. The girl answered that she would look at it now. It turned out to be an announcement about cleaning, which indicated the territory of the raid. The girl shouted Lis Valtor. At that moment, Fea asked her what it meant. She asked whether people were going to attack them, and the girl answered that it was time for them to gather and return. The girl asked the fairy to return as soon as possible. She naturally agreed with her. The girl's name was Armonia, and she was the daughter of Duke Felborn. When Armonia was walking in the forest, she called her mother and father, but they asked her to come here. The girl was holding a stone in her hands. Her parents were very interested in where she found it. Little Armonia replied that a friend had given it to her. Suddenly, the parents were excited by such news and questioned her. They did not understand what friends could be in the forest. At the same time, the knights shouted at the monster. They were very frightened by the crowd of monsters and thought that the order to evacuate should be given as soon as possible. The little girl jumped from her mother's arms and ran towards the terrible monster. Her parents tried to stop her, but she called him a friend. Looking at this monster, he did not shine with benevolence at all. But the little girl was glad of their meeting, because she did not expect that it would happen again. Then there were almost no victims. It turned out that they were just looking for a girl. The meeting of the aristocratic world has come. One of those present said that monsters attack almost every day. That's why he is overcome with anxiety, and he can't even close his eyes, and added that the cause of everything that is happening is Princess Armonia. The girl's father answered him by asking if he was really proposing to send her away, his beloved dear child. Another person present said that if this continues, all the people in the duchy will be in danger. They could not believe that one little princess was to blame for all this. Sitting in the garden on the fireplace, the girl remembered the words of those people that she was the cause of the impending danger, and because of her, they would have to leave the estate, and the fact that she is to blame for everything. The monster she met asked why she was crying and added by asking if something had happened to her. The girl began to cry and tell that all the problems are because of her and precisely because of her. Before she could finish, the girl was interrupted by a monster who told her not to cry and added that a smile suits her much better. The girl understood that all they wanted was her. The girl decided that in this case it would be a better option to go to their house. 17 years passed. They and the monsters never left the forest again. They asked her where she was and added that she disappeared without saying a word. Did she not understand how they were worried about her? Armonia knew for sure that she would protect her house at any cost. The girl knew that the most precious thing for her was her nest of Lis Voltar and her family. Inside the small house, a heated meeting began about what they should do. They asked the girl if she would really go. If people decided to disturb the forest that remained untouched all this time, then they are probably sure of their victory. The girl thought that in that case, it would be very important to talk to their leader. One of the monsters, which looked like a bear, said that such a thing could not be so that people would listen. To which the girl replied that at least it is better than doing nothing and losing her family as a result. She added that Lime and Fairy were also coming with her. She was sure that they had nothing to worry about. One of the monsters gave the girl a medallion. Hugging the girl goodbye, he told her that if she suddenly faced danger, she only needed to break it, and added that at the same moment Chris will come to her and help. The girl thanked him for the gift and was ready to leave. After saying goodbye to her family, the girl finally set off on the road. Walking out of the forest, she asked him to take care of himself and their family while she was gone. Armonia leaves her home for the first time in 17 years and goes on a long journey. After the girl went on the road, she came across one of those festivals that she constantly watched. She was a little uncomfortable because she hadn't seen people so close for a long time, and she thought that first she had to go to the village. Walking through these crowded streets, she did not know what to do next. Fairy, who was sitting in her hood, asked if they had come. The girl told her to be quieter and added that she was already coming in. R told her not to put herself forward in any case. She felt depressed about having to hide all the time. She shared this with Lime, and he agreed with her. R asked them to be patient a little more. They answered her that if she is already asking, then you can be patient a little. The girl thanked them and said that she would move as fast as she could. She knew that the time had come to enter the village. It was difficult for her, but she had no choice. Walking along the crowded streets, the girl thinks that when she looked from afar, she did not know that everything is sold here. Passing by a butcher's shop, she heard the salesman calling everyone to come and look, shouting that the meat here is cheap, and moreover, the freshest meat is here. It was strange, but the girl forgot that in the world of people there is money that they use. She decided to see if there was anything that could be exchanged for money. Finding the blood of trolls in the bag, she thought it was a pity to sell it. The next thing she found was a dagger, but she thought it was too ordinary and thought no one would buy it. And maple juice was an inviolable reserve for her. But suddenly she found something useful. It was a precious stone. She thought that people seemed to like jewelry too, and the idea came to her that exchanging it for money would be a good option. At the moment of the girl's thinking, Fairy said that she could secretly steal money from someone. Armonia replied that the idea was certainly not bad, but if she is caught, they will have problems. Lime answered that in this case, he can eat a person and there will be no evidence left. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to what was happening on the street. She looked at the crowd and did not understand why so many people had gathered there. The girl came closer and it turned out to be a bulletin board, but unfortunately, due to such a large number of people, she could not see anything at all. R heard people talking among themselves. One of them said that a raid was planned on Voltar Forest and asked if he had heard the rumors. But his interlocutor did not know anything and asked him again. She heard the men talking among themselves that the monsters are controlled by a girl with hair the color of water and that she lives in the Voltar Forest. The men continued the dialogue and said that they would say that she was also talking to monsters there. The man answered him that this was absurd. The man continued by saying, "Is it possible to communicate with these stupid monsters in human language?" It was noticeable how the girl was starting to get annoyed. The girl was very angry with them and therefore decided to call them troll goats and sent them far away. And at that time, she went about her business. The people she met still thought that monsters were a threat to them. They talk about them as stupid creatures who do not know how to solve anything with words, but immediately use violence. But those who did not even try to make contact, but blindly made a decision to create suppression with the help of force, were not monsters at all, but people. The girl thought that people were the first to reject innocent creatures, and now they are going to erase her home from the face of the earth and harm her family. Of course, the girl will hate their kind. Going away, the girl was in despair. Walking through the streets, the girl tried to find a place to sell her stone, but unfortunately, she didn't come across any place where it could be done. But suddenly, the girl was lucky, because she found the store she needed and immediately rushed to it. A bell hung on the door, which notified the seller that he had a client. The girl entered the store. Armonia was shocked by such a large assortment. She did not have time to look at everything when the owner of the shop greeted her. The man politely asked the young lady if she was looking for something specific. The girl answered him that she would like to sell a precious stone. The seller answered her that, in such a case, could she show him her goods. The girl took out this big stone and held it out to her husband. Carefully taking the stone in a handkerchief, the man took his tools and began to look at the stone. Afterwards, surprise appeared on the man's face. He was shocked by such a precious product. The girl did not understand the reason for such a facial expression, and she asked him what had happened. The man could not believe his eyes. After putting together his tools, the man asked if it was by chance. But then, changing the course of his thoughts, he asked for what price she plans to sell it. When the girl realizes that maybe the man wants to cheat on her and thinks that it would be possible to try the human way of playing untouchable, and decided that in this case she also properly. The girl turned to him and said how rude it was, and continued by saying that first he should say how much money he thinks she has. She thought it should work. The seller was shocked by the girl's answer, because he was not used to such an answer. The girl thinks that it is not done that way. Suddenly, the girl hears that someone is laughing good-naturedly behind them. The boy continued to laugh while the girl did not understand why he behaved like that. But later, having calmed down a little, the boy apologized to them for his laughter and began to take off his hood. The guy looked very handsome indeed and said that he thought this was not the best way to bargain. The girl understood that the lack of interaction with people was very noticeable. She understood that she needed to be more careful, the boy added, saying that what she brought with her was not precious. The girl did not believe his words and asked what it was then. The boy explained to the girl that this is a magic stone, a mineral that is used to lure monsters. The girl remembered that if you look at it like that, people seem to call it that, but if you take into account the fact that these stones grew all over the forest, she does not think that you can lure monsters with them. Looking at the stone, the boy said that even he had seen such a pure magical stone for the first time. This impudent man has already started to annoy the girl a little, but the girl thinks that she needs to get the money as soon as possible and leave here. She turned to the seller and said that one way or another, whether it was a precious or a magical stone, she asked him how much it could be sold for. At this time, the boy asked her to wait a moment, taking her stone in his hands. The boy turned to the girl and told her that he wanted to buy it. Also, this impudent guy added that he would pay any price she would name. The girl did not believe what he said and questioned him. Leaning over to the girl and holding a stone in his hands, the boy asked how much she could sell it for. The girl asked him how much he could buy it for. The guy, in turn, asked how she felt about the fact that he would pay her 200,000 zlotys. The shopkeeper asked the boy whether it was legal to steal the goods from his hands like that, and added that in such a case, he would offer the girl 250,000 gold. While the men began to argue about the price and try to buy this object, the girl stood and watched it. The man offered 530,000 gold. The boy replied 530,000 gold and offered to end it there. The man turned to him saying that he could argue already. The girl replied that since she came to this bench to see her husband, she was going to sell the stone to an uncle with a mustache. The seller could not believe his luck. The girl stood and looked at the man who argued for the stone and thought that she did not know how much the magic stone should really cost. But thanks to him, she managed to easily buy the one she needed. The seller left for the money. The guy who didn't get what he wanted looked very angry. The girl saw it and couldn't believe that it was because she didn't sell him the stone. The girl thought that it didn't matter to her, because this man's mood is not at all what should concern her now. The boy turned to her and said that he wanted to ask her something. The guy asked where exactly she found the magic stone of such high quality. The girl calmly answered that it was near the house. The boy questioned her because he did not believe her. At this time, he was interrupted by a salesman who addressed the girl saying that he did not want to make her wait. The girl took her honest money and thanked the man, who told her to come in if there was anything else interesting. While the girl was going about her business, this boy began to wonder where she lived, if she could find such a precious stone. Looking at the girl who was already walking, the guy seems to have begun to suspect something. It seemed to him that something was wrong here, because it was quite strange. Finally, the girl came to an institution called the Monster Asylum. At this time, Lime and Fairy were already on the verge, but the girl asked them to be patient a little more because they had almost arrived at the place for the night. Upon entering, Armonia was met by a girl who welcomed her to the monster shelter and offered her a snack or stay for the night. Pulling his hood over his face, Ar replied, "Wants to stay for the night at this time." The girl replied that she understood her and asked if she was alone or maybe with friends. Ar answered that she was alone and would stay here for 3 days. The girl answered her that this was good news and that it would cost her 7 silver coins. Getting the money that she got, the girl thinks that she has no silver and seems to have begun to guess that gold is more money than silver. She wondered if she would be given the rest. The girl put 1 gold coin on the bar counter and drew the girl's attention to it and answered her that she gave her 1 gold coin, which means that there are 3 silver coins as the rest. While the girl was looking for the rest, Harmony began to think that it was a monster shelter, or maybe monsters could also stay here, judging by the name. The girl kindly gave Ar 3 silver coins, and she said she wanted to ask something else. Armonia asked if by chance the monsters couldn't spend the night here. The girl looked confused and said that she didn't understand what she was talking about. Ar drew attention to the fact that the institution is called a monster shelter, That's why she thought about it. The girl answered her that she didn't understand everything. Their hotel does not correspond to their name. The girl explained that in this specific context, a place of rest means a place of death, because monster hunters stop here quite often. That's why this name got attached. She continued by saying that even more than that, these stupid monsters have nothing to do here. While Armonia was already shocked by this information, the girl added that there is something really scary about them. The girl turned to her, saying that it was good that for the first time in such a long period of time, such an interesting guest visited them. The girl, who was already so irritated, turned to her saying that she was going to her room. The maid could not understand what she said wrong. The maid said that her room was on the second floor on the right, and was the 5th on the list, and wished you a good time. Having entered the room, Lime and Fairy climbed out from under the girl's clothes. They thought that they were saying goodbye to life there. They started fussing around the room. Lime said that the room was pretty good, and Fairy said that it would be fine for spending the night here for a few days. Fairy asked R if it was difficult for her, and invited the girl to come to them and rest together. At this time, the girl turned to them. The girl sincerely apologized to them, but they did not understand what was the matter. They quickly approached the girl and asked what she was apologizing for, and added that she had not done anything wrong. The girl said that she apologizes for the fact that they heard words that they should not have heard. Fairy replied that if it does not offend her, then they are fine. Lime added that everything is just like that. People don't talk like that on the first day, and added that they are already used to it, but the girl just hated it. R thought that it would be very good if her friends did not perceive it as something normal. She knew for sure that it was necessary to meet with the head of the upcoming operation as soon as possible. Armonia turned to them, saying that she would be back soon. They did not understand what was the matter, and Fairy added that she had not even rested and asked where she was going, and said that if she wanted to, they could go together. Lime, hugging the girl by the leg, said that everything is exactly the same, and she needs to take them with her, because they came with her as representatives of the Voltar forest. But the girl was adamant. She replied that she would go by herself, and added that she just wanted to study the ad she had seen earlier. Fairy hesitated whether to let the girl go alone, but the girl held out her little finger and said that she promised. She said she would be back in an hour. Lime said that she was so worried about it, and asked if she would really keep her promise. The girl answered that of course she would. Daring, Fairy took the girl by the finger and gave her consent. Holding the girl's finger, Fairy said that they would wait for her and asked her to be careful. The girl said that she would buy them some fruit on the way. Fairy was a little dissatisfied with this human food, but the girl replied that the fruit was not to blame for anything, and added that she was sure that they would like it. The girl went on her night walk and saw a fruit stand. Walking with the purchased fruits, the girl thought that it is very good that the shops are still working. The girl thought that these fruits are really very similar to forest fruits, but do they taste the same? The girl remembered that she wanted to look at the advertisement on the stand, and she thought that it was somewhere not far from her. Finally, walking through the streets, the girl saw what she was looking for. She was happy and rushed to the bulletin board. And when she got there, the girl started reading the announcement. In this announcement to exterminate the monsters of the empires, it was said that the monsters are becoming more and more evil, so they start recruiting mercenaries to carry out a punitive operation. There is no limit on assistance, however. The Voltar forest is a very unknown and unexplored place, so it is worth paying attention to the fact that there is a test for checking abilities. The second point was that ownership of such trophies as monster blood, their horns, skins obtained during hunting is recognized, but all other resources of the Voltar forest belong to the Empire, so their use or spoiling is prohibited. Those wishing to take part can submit an application in the reception hall, which is located opposite the capital's imperial castle. The responsibility for participating in the punitive operation rests entirely on them, and in the event of death, compensation will not be paid. The reward will be paid at the rate of 10 gold per day per person in the case of successful completion of the operation. We look forward to applications from talented swordsmen, magicians, and scientists who understand monsters. The head of the Imperial Committee for the Extermination of Monsters is Chancellor Haida. The girl understood that most likely Chancellor Hayden was in charge of this whole matter and decided that she needed to go to the capital to meet him. The girl began to get very angry, and she thinks how dare he touch the forest, Voltaire. It seems that his courage is pouring from his ears. Suddenly, the girl heard a voice behind her, asking her if she was interested in a punitive operation against monsters. The girl turned to her husband and replied that she simply did not. But to the girl's surprise, she seemed to know this man. He turned to her saying that they had met again. He turned out to be the man from the store whom the girl considered too impudent. Handing the girl her lost peach, the boy said that he didn't think she had a sword. Then the boy began to wonder if she might have magic. The girl didn't understand why he was suddenly asking her such questions and why he was worried about it at all. The girl took a step back and said that no, she does not own anything like that. The guy was surprised by the girl's answer and asked what she was capable of, because if she decided to take part in the work, she needs to have some skills. The girl again started to get annoyed that everyone was against her, and she said that he must have misunderstood something. Armonia turned to him and said that she didn't even have the slightest idea to take part in this, and added asking why she can't just leave the monsters alone. The guy put his hand to his chin and asked her if she really wanted him to say that. He turned to her saying that monsters are not like evil that should not be in their world. With their creatures, they do not help humanity in any way, and on the contrary, they only harm it. The girl began to wonder how he could possibly know about monsters in order to be so delusional, while the boy continued talking. He said that he would actually be very grateful if all the monsters were exterminated during this raid. Finally, Armonia couldn't stand it. She threw a peach at the boy and started teasing him that he could possibly know about monsters and called him a troll goat. While the boy could not understand what had just happened, the girl said that he was just dirt from the orc's claw. The girl started to run away and finally told him that he was a really terrible guy. He asked her what she was talking about. The mysterious young man tried to talk to her, but the girl was gone. She disappeared as suddenly as she appeared. The guy could not understand why the girl called him that and where she got such phrases from. But suddenly it dawned on the boy that the bag was full of peaches, but she couldn't eat so many by herself. It finally dawned on the boy that she must have friends. The guy started to remember how they met in the store. Then she didn't seem like a greedy person to him. And besides, she didn't seem adapted to the city environment. But judging by her habit of being familiar, she is from a family of aristocrats or the daughter of a well-educated merchant. The boy was very sorry that he did not manage to see her face properly. The boy could not believe that in the settlement of Waldbrunn, where the level of hostility is so high, since it is located very close to the Voltar forest, there is a person who protects monsters. It was all about that mysterious, enigmatic, a little strange girl. The guy knew for sure that he needed to learn more about her. Finally, the girl flew home and informed her friends about it. Lime said that she finally asked why she was so angry. Fairy was also worried and asked what happened. The girl threw down a bag of peaches and said that on the way home, she met a person who allegedly had a mixture of troll's goatskin and dirt from an orc's claw. Fairy said that it was very disgusting and asked where he came from. The girl said that she did not know, but she did not want to see him again. Lime asked if he was really such a bad guy and asked what happened there. The girl started waving her hands and said that it is not important, because even words cannot describe it. She said that he was simply an incredibly ill-mannered person. Fairy consoled her and said that she was hurt. Fairy also began to rage, because before that, she said that this is why they should go together. The girl replied that everything is fine, and she will forget it like a terrible dream. And besides, staying here for 3 days seems like a waste of time to her. The girl suggested that it is possible to buy everything necessary tomorrow and go on a journey. The fairy replied that if she wants it, we will do it, and Lime also agreed to it. The girl thanked her friends and said that in this case she would rest a little so that she would not have time to make an appointment tomorrow. How their little girl fell asleep in one moment. Fairy didn't know for sure or correctly that this is how Armonia interacts with people. And covering the girl with a blanket, thanked her for today and said that she had done perfectly, wishing her sweet dreams. In the morning of the next day, everyone slept very well and was ready to go on the road. They walked around the shops, bought cured meat, a compass, a map, and checked whether they had forgotten anything. The fairy saw how worried the girl was and told her that if she needed something, it would be possible to buy it later. Lime asked where the girl was going now. She replied that the owner of the store said that there was a place for armored carriages somewhere nearby and added that they would be able to get to the capital by renting a vehicle. In fact, the girl was very worried because she had never rented a carriage on her own. She wasn't sure if she could do it, but she had no choice. She had to try. The girl was very worried and could not believe what she was told. She was shocked by the fact that it was impossible to book a carriage. The girl told her that some person had bought all the carriages going to the capital. Armonia said that this could not be and was interested in who did it, but asked how in such a case it is possible to get to the capital in another way. The girl answered her that there is no way, and added that if she goes to Hov, there she will be able to find a coach to the capital. But the girl added that the road from here to her would take a whole week. The girl could not believe that she was losing a week. The girl wished her a safe journey and called the next in line. Suddenly, the already upset girl crashes. How could this happen? The girl was already starting to apologize for her inattention, but she saw who she bumped into. It was the guy from the store, and the one she met in the evening. The girl was very surprised by such a meeting, and his voice seemed familiar to her. To the girl's surprise, he was also surprised by their meeting. The girl was very interested in why these misfortunes have not ended yet. The guy said that it was as if fate had brought them together, and added that he had so much that he would like to tell her, but she replied that she had nothing to tell him. The boy added, saying that the peach she threw at him yesterday was of the highest quality, because the aroma is barely perceptible and lasts a long time. The girl answered him that it is definitely nice to smell a peach of the highest grade, and added that if he said everything, she would leave. He caught the girl and asked her where she had gone, and said that, of course, he did not want to raise this topic, but he asked if she understood how much the clothes thrown away through the peach were worth. The girl said that she did not know, and asked how she should know that. The guy answered her that she was worth twice as much as the price for which she sold the magic stone. The girl could not believe it. According to the girl's calculations, it turns out to be even more than 1,000,000 gold, some incredible money. The boy asked her what she was going to do with his mantle. He turned to her, saying that she must pay for her. The girl thought that he would not let go of her so easily. The guy turned to her and said that if there is no money, you can use another method. The girl remembered how she talked with the witch of the night, and remembered that it is possible to use the method that she kindly taught her, and it should help her. While the guy was holding her shoulder, she understood that now was the right time. The guy apologized to her and asked if she was listening to him. But suddenly for the boy, the girl started screaming so loudly that everyone seemed to hear. Some people turned and wondered what it was, and later realized that it was a woman screaming. She began to shout at the boy that he was allowing himself and told him to let go of her because she does not want to. It was clear what she had in mind. She continued to scream and called the boy a pervert, and he, in turn, jumped away from her in fright. The guy did not understand how everything turned out like this. Is she really so smart and clever? The girl continued to shout at him, saying why he was with her like this, and all this time she asked him to let her go. He began to shout at her that no, and he should be asking this question. The guy said that everyone could misunderstand her, and she told him that despite this, he continued to touch her even though she didn't like it. He tried to bring the girl to her senses and said that if she continues to behave like this, he will also have problems. But it seemed that the girl did not listen to him at all and began to shout even louder to make sure that everyone heard them. A brave man who approached this couple took the boy's hand and asked the young lady to leave quickly. The boy was confused and asked him what he said. The girl calmly left here. Unlike her, the boy had very serious problems. He did not believe what had happened. He asked the girl to wait and explain what had just happened. The angry crowd did not let the boy go until the girl left, and she just ran and mocked him. Her plan worked perfectly. It seemed that the girl had almost left, but she heard that he was being asked if he really was Mr. Kang. She paid attention to it. She was surprised that he had such a name. She thought that this was a rather strange name for a person, but it suited him completely. Why should he lie, and added that he had already repeated so many times that he was Chancellor Haida. The worker was not so simple and said that he was not one of those who would simply take and blindly believe the words, and asked him to show evidence. The boy was very annoyed that the girl was able to flow into him like that from the tray. He could not afford to miss her. The guy showed the document and said that it was a raid permit with the seal of His Majesty and asked if that was enough. The worker begged him. The boy said that they had forgotten about it and added that now was the time for them to return to their work, and he needs to think how to catch the girl whom he let go thanks to him. The girl standing behind apologized to the Chancellor and continued by asking if she could find out what she was guilty of. The Chancellor replied that she made a serious mistake by stealing and standing in his way, but he clarified in his mind that she did not steal but spoiled it. After a little thought, the girl added that she didn't know if it would help him. But a little earlier, the girl had already approached her, and she said that she wants to go to the settlement of Kov and added that she wants to go to the capital. The girl was already not jokingly tired because she had to go for 3 more days to the settlement. The girl did not know, but she was very interested in whether they would really be able to get into the carriage after the 3-day journey. Lime noticed that the girl looked very exhausted and asked her if everything was fine. The girl sat down and answered that everything was not in order with her. She added that her legs feel so heavy and she doesn't want to go anywhere. Lime began to support her, saying that it was necessary to hold on a little longer. Fairy also did not stay away. She was very worried about the girl's condition and became angry. But she said that she wanted to see the face of this person who rented all the carriages. Armonia said that it is no longer important because they passed this settlement. Standing on her feet, the girl said that there was not much left, only 3 days. Suddenly, the girl heard a sound. Turning to him, she realized that it was the sound of a horse neighing. She understood that these were precisely those carriages from the Waldbrunn settlement. The girl quickly said that they should hide while they pass. Lime asked if it was not possible to go first. R answered that even if they go first, she is sure that they will catch up with them very soon and cover them with sand. She added that she had not washed in clean water for a long time, so she did not want to become even poorer. The girl caught herself thinking that they were running so fast as if someone was chasing them. This feeling didn't leave her, but she didn't know if it was possible that it just seemed to her. Suddenly, while the girl was hiding, she heard a very loud commotion. She turned to him and was shocked. She saw that they were wyverns, and she was approaching them so quickly, so the girl's sense did not let her down. R didn't understand what they were doing here. She wondered if it really happened that the wyvern attacked people first. Fairy answered that there was no such thing. The soldiers were ordered to go faster. One of the knights replied that the wyvern blocked their way. The girl began to listen and realized that she was saying something. She wondered what the reason for her behavior was. Monster lifted the carriage up and shouted to give it to her now. Wyverns circled around the crew. The knights gave the order to prepare for battle. The girl, hiding behind the stone, said that it was so loud and that she could not make out what she was saying. Lime, as always, suggested that if it was too noisy here, he could eat them. But the girl said to wait for a while. Finally, the girl was able to understand what Wyvern was saying. All she needed was for her child to be given to her. R immediately understood what the trouble was and was shocked by such cruelty of people. She was sure that someone in this convoy of carriages was carrying a baby wyvern with them. The girl ordered them to sit here. They immediately became worried about her and asked what she was up to. And Fairy added that she was really going to find the child and immediately forbade her to do so. Fairy reproached that people are to blame for everything. Why should she interfere in it? Lime supported and continued that she should not worry about it. But Armonia replied that she would not do it for the sake of people. She just really wanted Wyvern to be reunited with her family. Hugging her closest friends, she added that this is all because she values them as much as she values them. The girl said that she would be back soon. Lima said that it was too frivolous anyway and tried to stop the girl. Fairy asked if everything would be all right with Armonia. Lime replied that he didn't know. The girl thought that he must be somewhere in the carriage, and it was necessary to find her child as soon as possible, before she was separated even more. While the girl was running to help the helpless creature, she bumped into one of the soldiers. Someone was surprised to see her, but later he pushed her very hard so that the girl even fell down and said that she was interfering and she should leave. At this time, Fairy and Lime were very angry with this fool who dared to raise a hand on their little girl. R hears that they say that the neck is the monster's weak point and give the order to hit the neck. The girl was not afraid and turned to them asking if it would really work and added asking if they knew how thick the scales on the wyvern's neck were. Suddenly, the girl saw something shining in the carriage. She thought that this shiny thing was none other than a wyvern egg. The girl was sure, because it looked the same as the wyvern egg she had seen before. She lifted him in her arms and thought about the fact that she needed to return the wyvern's egg as soon as possible in order for her to calm down. But suddenly the girl dropped the egg, and fortunately it turned out to be strong and did not break. It appeared to R that it was so difficult because all the other monsters lifted it so easily, and she thought that she should be able to do it too. She believes that she will be very uncomfortable with such a burden and decided that it is necessary to inform the wyvern ruler as soon as possible that it is here. She looked at them. She knew what the boss should look like, and luckily she found someone who fully met her criteria. She was sure that he was the boss. She began to call him from the ground to attract his attention. She began to call the leader's head and said that they needed to talk. Landing next to her, Wyvern called her human and was surprised by such a fearless girl. He turned to her saying that she smelled sweet and asked who she was. He also noticed that she seemed to know their language. The girl greeted him and said her name was Armonia. The girl asked if he came here because of the child and added that now there is no need to worry because she found him. He did not believe the girl's words and questioned her and also asked where his child was. She pointed with her hand to the place where the egg was and added that it was very heavy and all she could do was pull it out of the carriage. When he saw the egg, he was sure that it was his child, the one that was heartlessly stolen from him. He decided that in such a case, he should express his gratitude to the girl. It seemed that he was going to cause trouble again. She knew that if all the people died and there were no carriages left, she would have no other way out but to walk to the capital. She knew that things would not go like this. She grabbed his leg and asked him to wait. She added saying that she returned the egg to him and asked if he would just leave. He asked her if she really was no different from them and continued by asking if she sided with those people, to which she replied that no, and never will in her life. R continued that she just needs a carriage because she needs to get to the capital, and there may be no transport in the next settlement. He was surprised and asked why she needed the capital. The girl replied that she was going to meet the one who was in charge of the raid on the Voltar forest and ask him not to do it. He turned to her, saying that he thought she was a unique person, and she turned out to be a child of the Voltar forest. The girl was surprised and asked him if he knew her. He replied that he really knew, and added that he had come to see the child that the monsters of the Voltaire forest had taken with them. He added that he was seeing her for the first time since that day, and added that she had grown so much that he could not even recognize her. Their conversation was interrupted by the knights who were again preparing to attack, I will believe. He added that the knight still cannot calm down, but looking at her, he is ready to retreat. With his strong wings, he quickly rose into the sky, raising a column of dust. The soldiers were sure that she was definitely preparing for an attack and gave the order to cut her neck. Wyvern said that they may consider themselves very lucky and called them evil people. They did not believe that he simply left because this had never happened before. Fairy and Lime were very worried about the girl, while she remembered whether everything was resolved or not. R apologized to them and said that everything ended well. Fairy said that if she did this again, she would be punished. The knights shouted that they needed to collect the wounded. The girl saw the same man with whom she had met before. He shouted that he did not know when she would return again, and that she had to hurry. The girl could not believe that he was also riding in this convoy. She noticed that the carriage seemed to be undamaged. She thought that maybe we should slowly go on our way. The sun set, and it was already dark there. Everyone understood that it was already too late to beat something. R asked how they think about spending the night here today. Everyone was not against it, so it was decided to stay. Fairy was worried about the girl and offered her to sit down and asked if the girl did not mind her proposal. Armonia said that she was so hungry, but she only had dried meat with her, and it was already cut. Fairy noticed that if there were any fruits nearby, they would smell, but there is no smell. She did not rule out that people probably already collected everything and there was nothing left. Lime asked if it was her stomach rumbling and wondered how it could make such sounds. It really annoyed Fairy. She said that in such moments you just need to pretend that you don't hear anything. And if you think about it like that, Fairy and Lime didn't eat either, so the girl decided to divide the dried meat into 3. Fairy asked if she was sure, because she was going to eat, and asked if they were taking food from her. The girl assured her that everything was fine and offered to look for firewood, and added that the same dried meat can change if it is fried. Finally, the girl reached her destination. She looked incredibly tired. The girl thought that it was necessary to find a place as soon as possible to spend the night and wash up, and after that to find something to eat and book a carriage. But the girl's thoughts were interrupted by a guy who said that she arrived here a day later than he expected. The guy reminded her about the debt and asked if she would pay it. Even before turning around, the girl understood from his voice that this was the same annoying man. The girl understands that she does not have the strength, and she will not be able to get out like last time, because in order to use the method that the witch taught her, there is no one nearby. The guy apologized and asked if she was listening to him. The girl answered him that no. The guy said that they needed to discuss a lot of things. R said that although she had already said that, she still had nothing to talk about with him. The guy turned to her and asked if she really pretended so stubbornly that she didn't know. Extending her hand to her, the girl caught herself thinking that this fool wanted to catch her again. Closing her eyes, the girl understood that if he caught her with his hands, then this time she really wouldn't be able to break free. But gathering her last strength, the girl waved a stick and asked him to leave her alone. The guy seemed to wonder what he did wrong again. Armonia replied that he annoys her very much and asked him to let go of her. Finally, when it seemed that the girl managed to escape, she stopped to catch her breath. She did not remember how she got the keys, but it meant that everything worked out for her. Fairy was very unhappy with the fact that this man was constantly angry that he could not catch her last time. Lime also added that this is true and that he constantly spoils everyone's mood. The girl added, saying that their paths cross forever, but such trouble will not happen again. She thinks that it is better not to leave the room today just in case. The girl begged them not to meet with him tomorrow because these meetings definitely do not bring her anything pleasant. R remembered that she did not have a good character since childhood, because while everyone was finding magic stones, she managed to find only beautiful pebbles. And as for the trees, every time she climbed exactly where the beehive was bound to be, but everything was in order because the rest of the monsters always helped her in such moments. The guy said that in such cases, they say that if the coincidence is repeated, it is inevitable. Haida said that their meeting was determined by fate, and the girl was thinking about what to do and how to get out of this situation. Looking at all these carriages, the girl understood who was the person who bought all the carriages. He bought all the carriages that went from the settlement of Waldbrunn to the settlement of Hov. Armonia was shocked by such a coincidence, and the boy replied that he needed to be punished more than he thought. The Chancellor turned to her and said that no matter how much he tried to catch her, she ran away all the time, and finally the moment had come when they could finally talk. The girl was very disturbed by the fact that he had no idea what he could have done wrong. The girl turned away from him and thought that it was hopeless, and she would better go on foot, but the thought of the future suffering did not give her peace. The guy asked her if she really didn't want to talk to him that much. The girl turned around and angrily replied that that's right, that's how much she doesn't want to talk to him. The guy turned to her and said that he heard that she was going to the capital. The boy leaned over to the girl and asked if he should drop her off. R was very surprised by the boy's sly smile. The annoying man repeated again that he can let her down if she wants. Looking at him, the girl thought that he was like a night witch trying to bewitch her. The girl remembers her way here and realizes that walking will definitely be difficult, and even when she got here, she almost died. She understood that she did not really have such a big choice, but she knew one thing, that he could not be trusted at all. Armonia remembered how he said about monsters that they are like evil that should not be in their world, and the words that he will be very grateful if all the monsters are exterminated during this raid. These words really worried her a lot, and she understood that he borrowed all the carriages for the purpose of raiding monsters. R were very worried about what would happen if Fairy and Lime were suddenly captured and then put in one of them. The girl understood that it did not make sense for her, that she was going to stop the punitive operation, to stay with people who dream of exterminating monsters, and in the end, she answered that she did not want to. The boy asked her why and added that she had nothing to lose. He continued that if she does not go with him, he will be able to rent a carriage in the next settlement. Slyly stroking his chin, the boy said that she might not even count on the fact that they would give her everything on a plate with a golden box. Finally, the guy said that he also plans to buy all the carriages there. This really disappointed the girl, because her way here was very difficult. Armonia thinks that he is behaving frankly disgustingly and mentally asked him thanks to whom he got here safely. And although the girl was not going to stop the wyvern she met then, what she did for her saved this fool in the end. The guy said that they were actually attacked by a pack on the way here, wyvern. The girl asked him in surprise, and he answered that he had many wounded, and there were more victims than he thought. The girl said that she was very sorry, but mentally asked who told him to steal the egg. Armonia said that it was time for her to go. She did not understand how a person could be so indifferent to others. The girl did not know whether it was inevitable or not, but she hoped that from now on, they would never meet again. But suddenly the boy said that one of his knights told him that he saw a person dressed in a brown robe in the forest where they were attacked by monsters. And he added that judging by the body structure of this person, it was a girl. He continued his story and said that she was with the wyvern, but for some reason it did not attack her. He said that it was similar to the day when the Empire was worried about a monster raid, and added that it is not often that you see a traveler in a brown robe walking from the settlement of Waldbrunn to Hove or not. Taking the girl by the shoulder, he said that whether it was a coincidence or not, she was wearing a brown robe. Leaning closer to the girl, he asked her what she thought about this. Armonia replied that she did not understand for what purpose he was asking this. She did not believe that he really suspected her. He said that it was not the case at all, and added that he was only interested in how she managed to kill the wyverns, because it doesn't matter how many mercenaries or knights he has. Few of them have information about monsters. The girl answered him with complete incomprehension, and he asked who in the world cares about monsters that are difficult to catch. He asked if by chance she had met a girl in a brown robe with a hood on her head. Jumping away from him, she replied that she had not met him and would not meet him in the future, and asked whether he had said everything this time or not. Looking at him, she understood that she needed to arrive at the next settlement faster than him, no matter what it cost her, and since he kept mentioning this color of her robe, she could no longer wear it. The girl was going to buy a new cape and have something to eat, and then immediately go on a journey. The girl ran, because it seemed to her that she saw a clothing store somewhere nearby. The guy ran after her and tried to find out where she was going. The girl replied that she was going to buy a mantle and asked why he was chasing her, and he replied that he also needed a new mantle. R said that she looks normal to him anyway, and asked why he has a new boyfriend. He replied that he was tired of her, and he would just throw her away and buy a new one. She was very annoyed by this excessive man. She did not understand why he behaved like that, but she had a good plan in her head. She turned to him and said that if he was going to throw her out, then he should throw her out right here in front of her. Taking off his robe, the boy answered her that in this case it was not a problem. He threw his mantle at the girl's feet. She looked a little worried, but understood what exactly she expected from him. The guy in his characteristic manner asked if she was satisfied now. R answered that she did, and added that she thought about something here. Picking up his robe, she turned to him, saying that thanks to him she now has a good robe, so she doesn't need to go to the store. The boy definitely did not like that he was deceived by a girl for the second time, and asked her to stop, and asked why she treated him like that. She pretended that she did not understand what he was talking about, and told him not to stand in her way, asking if he needed to go get a new mantle. She said that apparently he has a lot of good things. She turned to him and said that since he had enough money to buy all the carriages, buying a new mantle would not be a problem. But the boy interrupted her and said that this mantle cost 200,000 gold, and if we take into account the previous one, then she owed him 1,200,000 gold. The girl scolded him that he threw her away at all. He said that she would go bald for love of free things. The girl was surprised that even if he is stingy, it is possible to be so greedy for money. The girl's pockets were empty, and she wondered where she would find such a large sum now. Noticing this, the boy said that, despite everything, she could not afford to pay now, but added that there was another way to settle with him. The girl asked what it was. She was interested. The guy said that if the proposal stuttered, and he continued by asking if the girl would listen to him. It is obvious that she had no choice. The girl understood that if she did not listen, he would continue to harass her and annoy her, so she decided to listen to him. She shouted to the boy that she was listening to him and asked what was wrong with him. The Chancellor asked if she was suddenly going to the capital. If so, then he wants to hire her, and asked if in such a case she does not want to keep him company. The girl was surprised by such news. The boy told her that her work would be very simple, and he said that she just needs to tell everything she knows about monsters. This shocked the girl even more. She could not believe that he was offering her to sell her friends, and the boy added, asking if everything was simple. Of course, she refused, said that she didn't know anything at all and didn't want to. The guy started pressing on her guilt and asked even if he cancels the 1,000,000 gold debt. The girl was adamant and answered that she would not anyway, and thought that it would be better if she asked Fairy to find her another magic stone. The boy thought and said that if it is difficult for her, maybe she can help them avoid the attack of monsters like last time. She could not believe that he knew and did not tell her. He scolded her, saying that it would be strange if he didn't know, because everything was written on her face. Later, he still asked if she would help. R answered that it was not difficult after all. Armonia said that if he gives her a personal carriage, she promises to think about it. He replied that it was not a problem and said that they had only one left. And R added that she will help only if they don't touch the monsters first, and if yesterday's situation repeats itself, she will go her own way. The Chancellor replied that they did nothing yesterday. The wyverns attacked the carriage for no reason. Armonia replied that it was actually her egg inside, and they gave it back only because she returned it to them. Dissatisfied with this, the girl asked him where he got it from, but it was difficult for the boy to answer. Haida replied that the monster hunter was selling the egg, and he just bought it at a fair price. He asked if it was so bad, and she replied that this was the whole problem. She gives him an example and asks people to imagine that he forcibly takes a child away from his parents just because he paid for it. She added, asking what would happen if something like this happened in the settlement where he lives. The boy could not answer. In her mind, she could not believe that she had to explain this to a person, while the girl felt all the injustice of reality. The boy said that he was to blame. He said that he honestly didn't think about it because he didn't have to put himself in their place, but from now on he will be more careful. The girl could not believe that he agreed with her so easily. The thought came to the girl that perhaps all is not lost and it is possible to restore harmony and peace. But the girl's thoughts have changed. She thinks that a bad person will remain so because he only now understands his mistake. Besides, if he had not done anything bad, he would have cared in any case. He asked what the girl thought about their agreement in the end, and added that it would take about a month to go to the capital by carriage. The Chancellor added that the girl should talk to him more politely, because she is probably the only one who talks to him informally. Rainy season is about to start in this area. That's why they need to hurry. R understood that if you think like that, the air is humid and the wind is cool, as if the forest is angry. She knew for sure that if she went to him during such a period, problems would definitely not be avoided, and she wondered if he would be able to rely on her. Arriving home, she brought shopping. This time, the girl bought apples for her friends. Lime asked if they should go to the capital with other people. R answered that this is the case, and that's for a start. Fairy asked if they hadn't discussed this before. The girl replied that of course they had. R added that it could be dangerous precisely because if they didn't want to, they could say, and she would reject his proposal. And besides, they had to walk a little and they could come across another settlement. Fairy said that no matter how many people they met on their way, they could not become their enemies, and added that if she agreed, they would certainly not be against it. The girl wondered what would happen if there were strong people in the capital. Farif answered her that everything is in order if they meet with danger, then they can use her locket. Fairy turned to the girl and said that she need not worry, and she should do as she sees fit. They said that they only wish her happiness. Lime also confirmed and said that if she is happy, then they are happy. The girl actually felt this undeniable love and understanding from their side, so she also thanked them. The girl wanted to end these things as soon as possible and return home. The moment came when they needed to go on the road. The beginning was good, but then the girl did not understand whether the carriages should really be like that, because her heel was just burning out. The guy asked if she was uncomfortable. She answered him that no, and everything is fine, and she forced herself to think positively. R tries to convince herself that she is incredibly good, that it is the same as riding on the shoulders of an orc. She adjusted herself to something pleasant, so she seemed to be getting better. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn by some incomprehensible sound. She became interested in what was there. She asked Kukir to stop the carriage for a while. Of course, he did not understand the reason, so he did as he thought necessary. She started shouting that she heard two sounds and they should check and ordered to stop the carriage. The Chancellor also confirmed that it should be stopped. Armonia was sure that she heard something. The coachman asked what the sounds were, but she did not answer him. The girl sat down on the ground and began to listen, and although the ground rumbled, it was someone lighter than an orc, but the number of individuals was large. This sound reminds her of hobgoblins or kobolds or even dwarves or lizard men. She had so many assumptions, she thought that it would be easy to escape, unless of course they were lizards. The boy asked if they were monsters. The girl answered that it was possible and added that it would be better to go through the forest. He answered well and said that they would do so. The knights were worried by the sudden stop and asked what was the matter. Returning to them, Chancellor Haida said that maybe monsters are coming to them. The knights were very unhappy that they were running away from them. Without any shame, they asked about it. They continued by saying whether he understands what damage the monsters have done to them, adding that this is their chance to take revenge on the monsters. The knights also added that they should repay them for everything they went through. R asked them to wait, saying that they would not be able to handle such a number. Chancellor Haida said he understood their feelings, but offered to act rationally because it would be best for them to avoid the meeting as much as possible. They shouted that the monsters were attacking every minute and called to prepare for the attack. The girl thought that they were going into battle so carelessly, not even knowing what kind of monster it was or how many there were. Looking at them, she thought whether they were too brave. The girl asked him not to cause panic here and suggested that he simply leave calmly and added that she was repeating it for the last time. They don't care. The guy asked if by any chance she couldn't control the monsters coming here and asked if she didn't say that there wouldn't be any difficulties when they concluded the contract. The girl was shocked by this because they did not listen to her, and she also had to calm them down. R said that he should answer them, or he also wants to say hello to the monsters and risked his life. Haida asked her not to say that, even jokingly, and added that until he gets to the capital he doesn't want to meet any monsters, because that's why he hired her. One of the knights asked Armonia if she really knew so much about monsters, and added by asking how many dozens of them there must be if she said they couldn't stand up to them. She started yelling back at him because she didn't understand where he got the tens from. The girl asked him if he really thought that she would warn them about such trifles. She added that she was talking about hundreds and thousands of monsters. Suddenly they heard a sound. When they returned, everyone present was shocked. Behind them stood monsters, and there was an incredible number of them. Everyone was very worried by such a sudden meeting. The girl began to think that these were lizards, and that these were the monsters she most of all did not want to meet. The soldiers gave the order to take their weapons and defend themselves, but Haida could not realize that there really were such a number of them. He simply shouted on the spot. The girl turned her back to the monsters and called the boy to go with her. He did not understand why she was calling him and asked. He asked if she really meant to say that they would leave everyone else and just go. Armonia replied that they had offered the other knights to leave here, but they had not listened to her. A fire of enmity was kindled between humans and monsters. The lizardmen noticed that humans were the first to draw weapons and called them pitiful parasites driven by hatred. "Let him go," answered the girl. No, but she did not understand such an answer. The guy said that there shouldn't be any more senseless victims and continued that they didn't do anything wrong. It's the monsters who attack first. The boy remembered the trauma of his childhood and the meeting with one of the orcs. Lizardmen were not joking and started shouting that these disgusting people will not be forgiven. The boy had a panic attack. He shouted that he begged to leave them alone. The girl who watched the boy's actions thought that he had completely lost his mind and asked him what was wrong with him. The guy bent down. You could see that he was really sick. The girl was worried about his condition and asked if he was okay. The girl tried to hear what he was saying, but she only heard a whisper and asked him what he was saying, because she didn't hear anything. A real hysteria began in Haida. Sitting on his knees, he asked to help him and save them, while the girl wondered what could have happened to him and why so suddenly. Fairy turned to her, saying that there were a lot of lizards and even she could be in danger. She looked at the boy lying on the ground, and Lime said that they should run. The girl thought that she even signed the contract, so she cannot pretend that nothing is happening. She hears the knight say that he did not think there would be so many of them. She came up to him and said that they could leave it to her, take the man and run as far as they could, and added that if they kept running on this trail, they would be able to get out of the forest. The guy listened to the girl and very quickly agreed with her. Armonia hoped that her fate would be kind to her and everything would pass. Haida did not understand what was happening to him. The knight who approached him asked if he was all right and said that they should quickly get into the carriage and run away. They got into the carriage and very quickly rushed to rescue, leaving R there alone with mortal danger. A small girl with incredible strength came to their defense, while the lizard people laughed at the way people were running away. The monsters turned to the girl, asking why she stayed, and asked why she stood in their way. Throwing off her hood, the girl greeted the werewolves. She was ready to fight. All the monsters were very surprised because the girl spoke in their language. They turned to their head, saying that she was really very strange. The head of the monsters asked her if she knew their language. The fairy could not stand it and flew out and began to protect the girl, saying that he should not come closer and ordered to speak from there. They were surprised by the fact that the girl walks with monsters. They thought that she was really unique. They asked her why she dared to stand in their way. Scratching her head, the girl answered that if we immediately get to the point. She wants them to stop persecuting and just let these people go. The chief of the lizards replied that he had heard that they were knights in order to deal with them, and added that if he closed his eyes to this now, their death would be inevitable. The girl thought that rumors about the raid were circulating only in the Voltar forest. She wondered how he found out about it, but she replied that she was going to sort everything out and was on her way to meet their commander. All the lizard people were surprised by such news, and the girl added that the territory where the operation will take place is the Voltar forest and she came from there. The chief lizard replied that she was a person from the Voltar forest and added that he had heard about her and that the monsters of this forest were raising a child. The lizard noticed that the girl had a pleasant aroma and said that now he understands why the monster Alice Volta thinks so about her. The girl thanked him for the compliment and asked him to just trust and let her go. Despite all the hopes of the girl, the answer of the leader of the lizards was no, and he added that he could not do it. And Armonia said that it would not be easy to kill everyone, and added that only with their help would she be able to negotiate with the head. The lizards said that they could not return with anything, because they would attract a whole army, and added that their feelings were boiling inside them, and they also added that if they simply left, their honor would be tarnished. The lizard said that if she wants them to let her go, then she needs to pay the appropriate price. The girl could not believe that they were hinting at a similar victim. No matter which way the girl tried to look, she didn't think that they would just let her go, but still, she wasn't going to sign another contract. The girl turned to them and said that if they go that way, they will find a settlement where people live, and added that they gladly provided carriages to exterminate monsters. She asked if they could send her a number of carriages in exchange for this settlement. The girl thought that it was all because they did not listen to her. The girl added that she does not care what they will do with her. The chief of the lizards asked her if Voltaire, the child of the forest, would lie to them. In her mind, the girl thinks that it is for this reason that they also have to bear the burden of this price, and answered them that she is not lying. She just wants to protect her home, her forest Voltaire, and for this she needs to get to this procession. The girl asked them if they could believe her. She hoped that everything would be okay with them and she would be able to move on. To the girl's surprise, the lizard agreed, and said that he did not want a war between humans and monsters, and asked her to take care of it properly. The girl stopped him and said that she wanted to ask him something. She turned to him and said that earlier he had said that he had heard about the raid and asked who had told him about it. The lizard replied that it was someone very mysterious, but all he knew was that it was someone in a cloak. But he added that it seemed to him that he had already smelled this smell somewhere, but it was too weak. That's why he couldn't figure out who it was. The next question that interested the girl was whether it was a person or not. The lizard replied that it was definitely not a human because he spoke their language. Returning to the girl, the lizard said goodbye to her and said that they would see each other again. And he called her the child of Lisa Voltaire. The girl felt a great responsibility, but she was ready for it. When they left, the girl stayed with her friends. She thought that she was very tired. The girl fell to the ground and thought that she had wasted her energy. She didn't understand why she should do such a thing. The girl blamed the knights for everything, because she had warned them. She did not understand why she felt so bad. Walking through the forest, the girl thought that she had really told them to go first, but she had not meant to take all the carriages with her. But the girl was pleased that in any case, people are surprisingly good at running away. Suddenly the girl came across Haida and the knights. She heard the boy ask if they should go look for her. Looking at them, the girl could not understand what was the atmosphere here, and in the background there were shouts that it was impossible, and under no circumstances. Looking at them, she did not understand why the atmosphere was so hostile. It seemed to her that something bad had happened. The boy turned to the Chancellor, asking if, after seeing the lizard man and panicking, he was saying that he needed to go back, adding that, of course, he felt sorry for the girl, but they had better be on their way. The boy asked if this did not happen precisely because they did not listen to her, and now they are proposing to act so irresponsibly. The knight asked if he really wanted to say that all this happened because of their fault. The girl could not even imagine that everything would turn out like this. She didn't understand why he cared about her so much. Did this sense of responsibility affect him? The boy replied that this is exactly what he was hinting at. The guy was very surprised when he heard that the girl asked him what the situation was like here. Armonia asked what had already happened during her absence. The guy was very surprised by the appearance of the girl he was going to save. He worriedly asked her if she was okay and added by asking how she managed to get away from so many lizard men unscathed. Scratching her cheek, the girl replied that it was a secret she could not reveal. The boy said that it was good that she was unharmed. The knight standing behind said it couldn't be. Lizard men couldn't just let go of their prey. The knight approached the girl and asked how she did it. She replied that she just said it was a secret. The knight asked if it was some sort of trade secret and asked that as a mercenary for the monsters she couldn't tell them. The girl was very angry at the words of this senseless knight. She was shocked by this behavior and began to lash out at him and said that she had no intention of killing them and that she was not at all like them. Poking a finger at the boy's chest, the girl said that even if she knew about the methods, she would never share them with people like them. It was obvious that the girl's answer did not satisfy the knight at all, and he asked her what she said. The girl aptly answered him, asking if he couldn't hear from the first time, and added that, most likely, they would never be able to defeat the monster even if she told them how. She continued, asking him if he thought that if he swung his sword a few times, they would all lie down like a flock of sheep. The girl did not have time to finish when the boy grabbed her by her robe. He held her tightly and told her, "Well, let's see," and called her a magpie. Haida came to help the girl. He hugged the girl and pushed the boy away. Haida turned to the knight, asking what kind of relationship he had with the man who solved the problem that was caused by their foolish actions. Haida continued by saying that, blinded by revenge, they eventually ran away without assessing the situation, and without it they would have already turned into a toy of lizardmen. Haida continued scolding the knight, saying that he behaved so shamelessly in addition to all this. Haida turned to the girl and said that it was time for them to continue their journey. He said that this time she could sit in the front, next to the coachman. The girl agreed. The girl looked at her seat, while the Chancellor ordered everyone to get ready because they were leaving soon. Sitting down, the girl thought that there would be many people in this column of carriages who did not have the best opinion about monsters. She was worried that Fairy and Line should have heard their conversation. But later she realized that she was worried for nothing. The guy rode up to her on his horse and apologized to her. He added by saying that he was late in thanking her, and later thanked her for saving them, and added that if it wasn't for her, they would have died on the spot. Armonia answered him that their contract was designed for this in general. The guy agreed with her. Haida turned to her, saying that if you think about it, they included the deal, but he doesn't even know her name and asked if he could ask her name. At first, the girl thought that if she told him everything would be fine, but later she decided to answer him and said that her name was Armonia. The guy told her that she had a very nice name and asked if he could ask her one more question. R asked what kind of question it was. He asked what was the purpose of her visit to the capital. The girl did not dare to answer this question immediately, but later she replied that she wanted to meet Chancellor Haida and added that she needed to tell him something very important. The guy was very surprised and did not expect such an answer at all. He asked what was the matter that she was going to meet him personally. Armonia replied that it was already a secret and asked what his name was. She continued by saying that she thought she heard the man call him Conde and decided to ask if that was really his name. The coachman was sitting nearby and turned to her, saying that he was none other than the boy who interrupted him and said that everything was true. He showed the curls to be silent and said that his name is Conde. The girl did not understand what happened to him, but said that if she meets Chancellor Haida in the capital, she will definitely tell him. Armonia said that if he is interested in what she wants to talk to him about, then he can come. The boy agreed to it. Air said that she is looking forward to that day. Haida said that the clouds covered the moon, so the visibility is bad, and judging by the distance today, it will not be possible to reach the next settlement. He said that he thought that he would have to rest in the forest and move on in the morning, and asked if she agreed with them. The girl was surprised that he asked her, and did not understand why he was interested in her opinion about such things. She thought that there is no difference if they don't go deep into the forest, and besides, knights probably often walk through it. They turned to Haida and said that there is no difference, but added that if they don't listen to her this time, it will be very low. And she added that all the responsibility would lie on him. He replied that he would mean it. It was hard for the girl to believe it, because they had already been through it. Haida did not understand why the girl had such a displeased face. She turned to him and said that she had to ask for something else. That first of all, not to go deep into the forest, and if she needed anything, to tell her. Secondly, do not touch or eat unknown fruits in the forest. Thirdly, children of monsters should not be the first to attack or approach them, and asked if she needed to explain the reason. The guy replied that no, it is not necessary, and he agreed with all the girl's rules. She said that it was finally the last thing. He definitely needs to hand it all over to the knights without exception. She said that the price of his stupid choice is quite high if he is not able to take on such a burden. You should no longer disturb people unnecessarily, she added, so that they should calmly follow her. The guy didn't understand what the price was, but he didn't say anything about it. Haida said that he agreed to everything. He understood her well and will convey everything to the rest. Armonia told him to convey everything clearly and not to lose anything, because she was so annoyed by all this talk about them. The girl understood that although he pretended to listen to her when she spoke to him, he was still the same. She said she was going to rest and told to call her if anything happened. Haida said that he understood her and that she had done some work. As soon as the girl was in the carriage, she immediately released her friends and asked how they were. The girl apologized for spending so much time with people this time. Lime replied that everything is fine and they are even getting used to being in the bag. Fairy said she was fine too and added that she was so eager to teach the people who looked down on her. Fairy also said that just in case the next time this happened, she would paralyze them with a poison powder. Lime added that later she would eat them from them, and there would not be a wet spot left. Looking at them, she thought that they both looked energetic, and that couldn't help but make her happy. Armonia thought that now she had such a feeling as if the whole day had not really come. Ordinary days seemed so long to her. The girl thought that it was time to rest a little. They praised her for her good work. The girl lies down to rest. A few days later, they were driving somewhere quickly and shouted to drive faster because they might get caught. Armonia asked the coachman if they could add a little speed, but he replied that he did not refuse, but it was the maximum. She thought that they would be able to avoid meeting them because of their small number. She wondered if orcs had always been so fast and formidable. Looking at their weapons, the girl understood that they were determined and ready to attack the carriages. The girl knew that they do not attack people first. She did not know what the reason was. She asked Conde if it was still far to the next settlement, and said that she thought it was necessary to run away from the monsters as soon as possible and hide there. He replied that they still have a little way to go. The girl noticed that the boy's facial expression was getting worse. If they suddenly find themselves in the clutches of monsters again, he will panic again. Armonia thinks there is a way they can get away from the monsters now. She turned to Fairy and asked if she could ask her to do something. She asked her to use the poison powder on the orcs and added that it would be enough if they fell asleep for a short time. Fairy said that she doesn't really like doing things for people, but if she asks, then so be it. The girl thanked her and said that she would have done without her. She asked the fairy to start, and the fairy told her that she could leave it to her. She flew up to the orcs and scattered her powder. They looked at her and did not understand what was happening. But later, all the orcs immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, the boy was not very surprised. They fell to the ground as if dead. Eventually, everyone noticed that they were falling to the ground and reported it, until they understood what was the matter and why so suddenly all the orcs fell. Fairy turned to the girl and asked if she was doing well, and R told her that yes, she was the best. She thought that under the influence of dust, they should sleep for about 10 hours, and this time should be enough to get to the settlement. When the boy approached her, she said that of course she did not know what had happened, but maybe it was for the best, because during this time, they would be able to reach the next settlement. Turning to her, he asked if they could just take it and leave here. The girl asked why not, because he doesn't like to look at monsters, and asked if it's not good. He answered her that if they just leave them like that and go, the orcs may attack a nearby settlement. He asked how she felt about just finishing them off before that happened, and added that they were unconscious now, so it shouldn't be too hard. The girl replied that this was unacceptable and ordered them to go on. But the boy began to insist and said that she should think carefully. She answered him by asking if he heard her. She said to go. The guy began to suspect something and asked if there was anything he should know about. She decided that the boy was too understanding. Later, the girl figured out how to get out of it and said that she heard more monsters somewhere nearby, and that if they pull the cat by the tail, they can catch up with them. The girl knew where she needed to push and said that he really wants to be caught again like last time. If so, then he can stay because he cannot be convinced. But the guy said that he trusted her and seemed ready to do whatever she said. In the end, The order was given to send further. Of course, everyone listened to it. While the girl was driving, she thought about the fact that he was going to kill a creature that was not even able to fight. She understood that people are going to exterminate any monster if it just catches their eye. She understood that in the end she was right and people don't have a single drop of pity. Therefore, they could not be trusted. Finally, they arrived at the nearest settlement and were just approaching the gate. Armonia was so bored that she thought she would die now because she was not used to such long journeys. They had to be searched every time they entered the settlement. Haida approached the guard, who told him to leave the list and come. The boy agreed with the security, as he thought it was good that he listened to Armonia, because they reached the settlement calmly and without incident. He wondered why she looked so worried earlier and if it was normal for her to be on her nerves for a long time. He thought that today it is necessary to give her a good rest. In the meantime, the girl approached him from behind and asked if this was the list of arrivals. He answered yes, it was this list. But later he was surprised and asked why she was not in the carriage. She replied that she was wondering what he had in his hands. She stood next to him and asked if it should be used upon arrival in the settlement and why he was writing something down. The boy wondered if the girl's mood would improve if he spoke to her first. And he decided to explain to the girl that this is a record of entries and exits in case of unforeseen circumstances. They are especially vigilant because Parteo is the largest checkpoint on the way to the capital. But the guy added that if you have this correspondence in your hands, you can pass without any problems and any checks. The girl was surprised by such useful things. The girl said that it was quite convenient and asked if she could get such a pass. The guy explained that he is not issued if there is no certain status or specific reason and asked if this is not the meaning of the search. And he added that if she continues to ride with him, she won't need him. The girl thought that it was a pity because she would like to get him. Then she could take one carriage and run away. Meanwhile, the bell rang in the settlement. Everyone knew what it meant, except, of course, Armonia. She asked what kind of sound it was. The guy explained to her that someone is ringing the bell, usually several quick blows mean. Before he could finish, the guards very excitedly asked to look in the other direction and added that there was a herd of orcs there, and the orcs were coming at them. They could not believe what was waiting for them ahead. Neither the guards nor Chancellor Haida and Armonia could believe what was coming. She did not understand, because the orcs were poisoned with fairy powder, how they managed to wake up so quickly, and the boy standing next to her said that he knew that he had to kill the orcs first and then leave. The girl asked the boy to shut up and was told that she needed silence because she was thinking. She glanced around and realized that she needed to speak to the orcs in person, but there were so many eyes. While the orcs were coming at them, they said that the humans had declared war on them. They could also be understood. The girl knew that most likely they mean a raid and nothing can be done. She was troubled by one thought, whether it was the mysterious man in the cloak again. The girl did not understand where they got such false information. The boy continued to shout that the sounds made by orcs could signal a quick attack. She understood that it was necessary to go before the people broke the firewood again and ran towards the orcs. Before the girl had time to run away, the guy grabbed her hand and asked her to wait. He asked her if she was going to go to them. R answered that of course she should. He was very worried about the girl and asked her to at least make a plan, because orcs are monsters that eat people. She turned to him and asked what they would do in such a case. Just stand aside. Haida said that if it was possible to think a little more, and the girl asked a little how much. The girl turned to him and said that if she thinks the same way as him, they will not achieve anything. Rejecting the boy, she said that she did not want such a result. Haida began to remember that day again. He thought that if he had also been like Armonia on that day and would have tried to do at least something, he wondered if the situation would somehow change if he behaved like a brave R. But later he realized that it was impossible because probably Armonia has a way, and that's why she rushed to run like that. She is, after all, a person who saved them from lizardmen. He did not know how to be this time. In the end, he came to a conclusion, asking himself if he should try to protect her at least once. While Armonia was running towards the orcs, Fairy tried to stop her and told her that the orcs should not be approached any closer. She said that they are stupid, so it won't work to talk properly. Lime added that everything is true, and besides, they can't stand people. The girl said that if she doesn't try, she won't know. And besides, she's talking to Voltaire, a crayfish. Fairy asked why she was so worried about people. Does she value people more than her family? Armonia did not understand why she suddenly had such thoughts. She said that it did not happen suddenly and added that they never worried her. She continued that she still had to promise. R heard the sounds of the orcs and they also heard her. They said that they heard a person and had to ask something. R congratulated her and said that it was nice to meet her. She asked if they could talk a little. The orc replied that he also had a question and agreed. The girl asked what he wanted to know. Orc could not remember what was there for a long time. The girl thinks that orcs are always like that, and no matter where you go, orcs are the same everywhere. Before, it seemed to her that only the forest orc Voltar was like that. Finally, the orc asked if it was true that humans had started a war. The girl answered by asking if it was because of this that they took the whole army with them. He replied that this is how they heard the story, and took the army with them. The ogres could see from their faces that people were not ready for war, but on the contrary, there was fear on their faces. They also added that if people will not fight, then they will not attack. The girl understood that everything could end well if she persuaded them. Armonia replied that it was true that the people were preparing for a raid that would start from the Voltar forest, and how could they know that there were many hidden resources in this forest? The orcs said that in such a case they would attack again, because the forest of Voltar, the forest of their brothers. She denied them and said that it was not necessary. She said that she was going to prevent this. They were interrupted by an arrow that flew past her, and the arrow landed a centimeter from the orc's leg. The girl did not understand what the arrow was doing here. The girl turned and started shouting at people asking what they were doing and ordered them not to do it. The orc said that if humans attacked, they would attack too, and they gave the order to attack again. R tried to explain to them that this was a very silly misunderstanding, but it seems they did not hear her. The girl touched the orc's hand and said that she would explain everything to them, and decided to prolong what she had not finished. The orc shouted for her to let him go. Haida shouted the girl's name and rushed to her. The girl flew to the ground, but fortunately the landing of the girl turned out to be soft because Lime helped her. Lime shouted at the orc, asking what he was doing and why he was taking out his anger on the girl. R is already thinking why she gave a promise to protect them at all. The girl took control of herself, apologized to them, and asked if they would not be able to suffer this time. The girl turned to them and said that she wanted to live with him in peace. That's why she went for it, and continued saying that she wanted to tell about everything in detail at their house, because how can they see too many people here? And she said that she will explain everything that you want to do for them in the future. To the girl's surprise, they agreed that it was definitely good news. The orc said that although they were angry, they heard her words and thought that they should listen to her, and she thanked them. They greeted her as the first human guest and asked what she would eat. The girl thought that it was very good that she managed to put out the fire that suddenly broke out, and believed that people did not hear their conversation. The girl noted that judging by the expression on Konda's face, she did not look very well. The orcs left, and the girl thought that it was very good that everything was decided this way. The guard standing behind Haida was surprised and asked if the herd of orcs was retreating. At that time, the guy mentioned that Armonia seemed to be talking to them about something, but he thought it was absurd. The guards were discussing what would happen to the girl they captured. One of the guards asked what the other thought about this. He replied that they say that orcs eat people. Haida thinks that if this is so, then his plans for the future will collapse, and they did not include the capture of Armonia by monsters. The guard replied that of course she would die, but he didn't have time to finish it because Haida grabbed him. The guard asked him in surprise what happened to him, and the boy answered that Armonia will not die. The boy turned to the guard and asked him to bring the chief and tell him that Chancellor Haida wanted to see him personally. He knew that he could not allow this. He looked incredibly angry and added to the guard right away. He really needed Armonia. The boy found himself in a large, bright, and spacious estate. The man was worried and asked him if he could inquire. He asked for what reason His Majesty the Chancellor came to see him, if he is very busy. Haida answered that if there are mercenaries here who behave as they please in an emergency situation when monsters attack without an order, who taught them this? The boy said that he called them because he wanted to look into the eyes of the person responsible for this. And Baron Pakana was responsible for this. He answered him that it sounded very rude because at first it was not planned and most likely their hands got wet because of the fear that had overtaken them. The boy asked for him and said that, whatever the reason, their guide was caught because of their carelessness. And Haida asked whether he, as the head, should not take responsibility for what happened. He continued by saying that he needs this guide not only to show the way right now, He will need it in the future as well. The man asked him with a trembling voice what His Majesty wanted. The Chancellor replied that it was necessary to gather all the soldiers he had here, and that they should bring his guide no matter what. The man replied that it is impossible because in order to save one single person, he offers to gather all the knights. It did not fit into his head. The guy repeated that, as he said earlier, he definitely needs her. The man leaned down and said that the damage would still be very great, and added that the probability of success was small. Later he said that he would rather get another talented Hydra for him. Haida answered that the second is a talented guide, and he continued by saying that, judging by this, he is sure that he will meet all his quality criteria, which he wants the conductor to possess. He is obliged to know the monsters well. Moreover, he must determine the movement of the monsters in advance in order to think about further actions, and all because he wants to get to the capital. He does not enter into any conflicts with the monsters. The man asked what this has to do with the guide, and asked if such a person really exists in the world. The boy said that if someone possessed all these abilities would be his guide, and asked if he understood what he was asking. He continued that if he will be able to do this, the matter of raiding the monsters will become easier. It seemed to him that his guide is able to find out all the weak points of the monsters. Despite these abilities, she definitely possessed others, but they had to be learned little by little. But he added that as soon as he returned his guide, he would be able to destroy all the monsters in this world. And he added that in this case, the amount of unnecessary damage will decrease. And he continued by asking whether all this is not done for the sake of the peaceful empire and the people who live here. But the man stood his ground and said that he understood what he wanted to say, but he needed to think about the harm they would suffer now, because they could not sacrifice so much for one person. Throwing his dirty glove on the table, Chancellor Haida turned to Baron Pecan. Since when has he been thinking about the majority? Because as far as he can remember, he has always collected a few that can bring him money. The man did not understand what he was talking about and asked what he meant. Going to the Baron, Haida said that he had received quite interesting rumors. Leaning down, he said that in this estate, you can get drugs banned by the Empire. Most ordinary people cannot afford them, and he also heard that the person who runs it is an aristocrat. The man has no idea why he is telling him everything, because there are many aristocrats here. Touching the man's shoulder, the boy said that he better know why he was telling him all this. He said that he does not just take the Chancellor's place and ordered not to try to deceive his eyes, and he added that this is far from all he knows about him. The Baron was frightened and wondered if he was bluffing or if he really knew about all the weak points of the Empire's aristocratic families. But Haida knew that no matter what happened, he would not get any benefit if he spoiled his mood. The Baron said that he would gather the soldiers. Haida was glad that it had finally come true. Haida was going to say goodbye to him, and the man did the same. Although he looked a little confused, he was absolutely sure that no matter how many hundreds of knights he gathered, all of them would die on the spot. He told the boy about it. He continued that it is the same as a butterfly flying straight into the fire. Moreover, there is no guarantee that the guide he spoke of will be able to help him. They clearly believed that the losses would be greater. And he asked Haida to weigh everything once more and think it over, and he did just that after going out the door. Later, the boy realized that it was too much. He wondered, asking himself why he hoped, not even knowing where the hideout of the orcs was, and thinks that he was filled with only one thought of Armonia's return. He thinks that he needs to rethink the plan, and besides, orcs have a habit of raising people, so they shouldn't kill her right away. Haida turned to Kun. He replied that he was listening to His Majesty, and he asked him if he could help him with this difficult matter. At that time, Armonia was eating forest fruits together with Fairy and Lime. She felt like she was peeling now. She thought that she eats and eats everything, and the food does not run out, and even if she eats a little, its quantity will not decrease because the orcs bring more. The girl turned to them and said that she is very grateful to them, but she thinks that it is time to finish because she has the feeling that she is stuffed to the throat with fruit. The orcs turned to her asking if she didn't have enough food and said that there was still a lot here and she could eat more. The girl begged him to stop. The girl said that, by the way, she wanted to ask him something. The orc did not understand what she wanted to ask about and asked her. She asked how it happened that they lived so far away, but these rumors still reached them. The girl added that she meant rumors about the beginning of a war with people. It took him some time to understand what was being said. He replied that a person came to him wearing the same cloth as hers. The girl immediately thought that he meant the mantle, and the orc added that he said that people will soon start a war. If they do not do anything, they will suffer. The girl asked if he did not remember anything else except the mantle. The orc thought and began to remember. Later he said that he had a drawing on his neck and his eye looked a little red. He added that the murky but sad energy seemed to him to be even malevolent. Before that he also felt this, but it was something different. It was the energy of a demon. The girl could not believe what she just heard. The girl asked the orc maybe he was wrong because she can't believe that a demon did it. After all, they rarely leave their world, and demons usually do not interfere in the affairs of people and monsters. They are not those who will do something to their own detriment. Orc replied that he did not know why he came, but he definitely felt it. The orc said that he could not confuse this demonic energy. He was sure the girl mentally could not believe that orcs could lie. But in the end, the girl realized that she cannot blindly believe that demons have reasons for this. The orc turned to her saying that she also had to say what she was ready to do for their sake. The girl remembered this and began to tell. The girl explained that she was going to the center where people live and that there was a human head there, which she was going to ask to cancel the raid. She explained that she thinks it is better to negotiate first than to fight mindlessly. The orc was surprised by the girl's answer and asked her a human head. Armonia said yes, and talking to him is the fastest way to solve the problem. Ar asked him if he did not believe her. The orc replied that no, he believed her, but added that he believed only her but not other people. The girl turned to him and said that if she talks to him, then such a situation as now will not arise again. Meanwhile, Lime shouted that he is now flaking. Armonia turned to Lime and he seemed very big. She asked him what had happened to make him so big, and the fairy added that she was telling him to stop eating. Ar begged the orc and asked if it was okay that he ate everything. Orc replied that everything is in order, and he himself offered and added that he also knows that slimes eat well. Lime said that you can sleep after eating and added that he wants to close his eyes. Armonia started arguing and said that you can't sleep immediately after eating and asked to be patient a little while it is digested. Fairy called Lime a fool while the orc glared at her. The orc said that he could not understand the decision of the brothers from the forest Voltar. Fairy questioned why he suddenly raised this topic. The orc said that he did not understand why they sent this precious child right into the den of humans. He added that if he were in their place, he would never let her go anywhere near people because they are cruel and dangerous. Fairy said she would have done the same because she completely agreed with him. But Fairy said that it was Armonia's choice, and she said that she would go figure it out on her own. And she added that they wanted to stop her, but they didn't succeed. Armonia, who said she had to leave, was simply beaming. Fairy and Orc looked at the girl, and the latter said that she definitely has power. The power to charm them is a very strong force that is impossible to resist. He said that perhaps that is why the dragon of the forest Voltaire continues to watch her, because he is very worried. Fairy said that there is no need to worry here, but as long as R shines, they will not give up. And she added that it is the duty of the Voltar forest to continue to protect its light. The orc said that they were very glad to see guests after such a long period of time, and told them to let them know when everything was resolved. The girl agreed and said that she would definitely tell. At that time, the girl remembered that she could die because in 3 days she had not slept for 10 minutes. The girl thought that she should return to the settlement as soon as possible and have a good rest. Lime asked if the girl was okay because she continued to sway. The girl said that recently her head has been spinning and she can't gather her thoughts. Fairy said that if she was very tired, they could go and rest a little. R replied that she thought so, that it would be an incredibly long time to get to the settlement again. Lime found a convenient tree and invited the girl to sit down to rest. She agreed. She thinks that sleep is very important for people, and she did not think that she would suffer so much if she did not sleep. The girl thought that she would have to go a long way again, that's why she can't sleep much. She has very little time. They did not have time to blink an eye, as the girl had already fallen asleep. Fairy said that she thought so, that she should have been more assertive when R told her to talk to the orc. She was dissatisfied with what R had to go through people. Lime also said that why is she always eager to do all the hardest work? If R hadn't gone so far, they would have won the war with the humans a long time ago. Fairy said that it's all because Armonia is too kind, because she doesn't want them to be hurt. Lime said that they shouldn't have let her go outside the forest like that if they told her to stay safe in the Voltar forest. Suddenly, Lime was interrupted by a guy who asked if Armonia would really stay there calmly. He turned out to be Caris. The guy had incredible fiery hair. Fairy asked him why he was here and added by asking what about the Voltaire forest. He replied that he was worried that Armonia would be very tired, and he added that it is not for long, so you should not worry about the forest. Fairy said that it was just an excuse, while with the help of the locket, he still continued to follow him. The guy replied that although he was worried about her, he was not being watched all the time. He added that the medallion notifies him in cases of strong changes in Armonia's health, her physical and emotional strength. After looking at the girl, he pointed out that fortunately everything is fine with her body. She was probably just tired. He added that she will rest a little and get back to normal. Lime asked Chris if it was possible to return R to the Voltaire forest, and added that he was worried. He replied that they should allow her to do as she wants, and added that Armonia is under his protection and the protection of the Voltaire forest precisely because she will not be badly hurt. And he continued that they were partly to blame for keeping R locked up for so long. Lime answered by asking how they should be if R loves people even more and leaves them. Caris said that these are unnecessary worries and added that it is none other than Armonia, Voltaire, the child of the forest, and in particular she will not be able to leave them for anything. Sitting down to the girl, he said that Armonia would never leave them and reassured her friends. And he added that this child loves Voltaire's forest more than anyone else. He turned to Lime and Feria and said that they seemed to have not been in the forest for a long time. The boy added that he would be very grateful to them if they would hide from Armonia the fact that he was coming here. Fairy replied that in any case, they would have done so and Lime supported her. In one moment, he disappeared and asked to take good care of Armonia. Fairy thought no matter what, but R and Caris are absolutely the same. She did not understand how it is possible to be so selfish. Lime turned to Feria and said that someone is coming. Fairy was frightened and asked who it could be. Lime said that he is not sure, but he hears footsteps that belong to people. Lime said that if it was true, they would put R in an awkward position if they were seen around her. Fairy said that as soon as Caris left, this happened immediately. Fairy suggested hiding in the bushes first. Lime supported her. Fairy said that they would monitor the situation, and if people harmed her, Lime continued that they would quickly remove them. Fortunately for them, these people were already known to them. They turned out to be Chancellor Haida and his assistants. Kun thought that they had already gone around this area several times, but they had not found anything. He even managed to get bored and therefore yawned. He thought that His Majesty walks so confidently, so the person is really important to him. The guy remembers that she just got angry every day, but he never understood why. And he was interested in what amazing abilities she has. Suddenly, one of the knights announced that he had found a person lying on the ground. Haida was surprised because Armonia was lying unconscious on the ground, and they all quickly came up to her and stood around. They were worried if everything was okay with the girl. The Chancellor raised his finger to the girl's nose and said that there seemed to be no injuries and her breathing was stable. Finally, Haida could calm down because he found her and she is completely unharmed. He was really very worried about her. Looking at him, the boy could not understand whether this was the expression of a calm person. He ordered to send a doctor to the Baron's estate. The boy did not understand what he said at first, but later agreed. The boy thought that his eyes must be failing. While thinking, he gave the order and ordered to call a doctor as soon as they arrived at the settlement. The boy noticed that His Majesty had not been sleeping well for several days. Looking at him, he began to understand why he is so sensual. Meanwhile, Haida apologized to Armonia for disturbing her. Holding the girl by the hand, he understood that for the first time in his life, he managed to see her face so closely, although they had spent quite a lot of time together. He saw that her hair was the color of cornflowers, which prompted the boy to think. He remembered how he was asked whether the rumors had reached him that Voltaire was freely controlling monsters in the forest. A young girl with sky-blue hair like Armonia. Holding the girl in his arms, he thought that she was a girl with sky-blue hair who could control monsters, and he also remembered that their first meeting took place in the settlement closest to the Voltaire forest. It seems that he understood everything and could not verify that this is the reason why she is still alive. The guy laughed and said that she could be a much more valuable treasure than he thought. The girl woke up and immediately exploded. She asked how long she had slept. The girl remembered Lime and Fairy and turned to them, asking why they didn't wake her up, but when she turned around, she didn't see anyone in front of her. She began to run and look for them around the room and wondered where she was and what kind of clothes she was wearing, reproaching her for spoiling the whole mood. The girl did not understand where these two disappeared. She decided to grab the blanket and run. When the girl ran to the door, she was overcome by the worst thoughts that if they were caught by people, but later she calmed down because she understood that Fairy and Lime are very smart, so they can hide well. The girl went out the door and thought that it was necessary to find them before it was too late. The girl ran and looked for the door to the street to find her friends. But suddenly the girl's leg turned up and she started to fall. But fortunately Haida was nearby and caught her. He was very worried about the girl. The boy asked her if she was all right and where she was in such a hurry. The girl was very excited and she was surprised at their meetings. She asked why but later her thoughts were occupied by something else, and she said that it would be better if he answered what kind of place it was. He replied that they were in Baron Pican's estate, and asked why she was walking with a blanket on her head. The girl asked why she was here. Haida answered her that this morning they found her in the forest, and she was lying unconscious. After she was captured, they tirelessly wandered with the patrol in order to find her. The guy said that the doctor told her that she should get better after resting and asked how she was. The girl could not believe that he was worried about her. The girl said that she thought she was feeling well and thanked them for looking for her. The girl asked if by chance he didn't see anything interesting near her. When they found her, the guy said that he didn't even know, because there was nothing there besides her. The girl told him that she understood and ran away again, which surprised the boy. He asked where she was going, and she answered that she also had things to do and was generally a busy person. The girl walked quickly. The boy following her said that you can't do it right after waking up, and first you need to recover and rest. Haida added that they will go to the capital as soon as the girl is cured. Returning to him, she said that if they had already talked about it, and she offered them to go separately. The guy was surprised and asked what it was all of a sudden. Armonia explained that the reason why she went so far was the promise she gave him. If you count all of them, she thinks that the debt for the mantle has already been repaid. The girl said that it is very difficult to fix something that is not her fault. Of course, it could not be called his fault either. But something like this is repeated over and over again, so she is tired of it, and she is very tired. The girl said that, as she had said before, she was grateful to him for saving her, but she should no longer worry about her. The girl said that from now on she will not worry about him, and she offered to end their contract on this. The guy looked very annoyed. The girl wondered if he understood what was being said, and then thought that she needed to find Lime and Fairy and then go to the capital. But suddenly he asked the girl if she really thinks that he will allow her this. The girl was shocked by the answer and turned to him and asked what he meant. The boy grabbed her in his arms and said that he could not let her go in this state. The guy asked if he didn't say that first she needed to rest and recover. He asked her to go back to her room. The girl answered him and asked if he understood her words correctly. R repeated saying that she was breaking the contract with him in general. Haida replied that he was not going to do that. The girl asked him if it was not possible to say at least once that he understood her and just move on. The girl screamed and asked him to put her down quickly, and said that if he didn't put her down, he would regret it. The guy said that judging by her energy, she would be much better after a little rest. He turned to her and said that contracts are always concluded by mutual agreement. And adding that if that's the case, it should end the same way, Haida said that he thinks concluding a contract in oral form also takes place. He put the girl on the bed and said that he still needs her help and they cannot break the contract. The girl asked him if she doesn't want this anymore, why she needs to do it because of force. The guy answered her that everything is true because of force. The guy said that this is why he is going to make her one profitable offer. Armonia replied that she is not interested in it and she does not need it. But the boy mentioned Chancellor Haida's name and asked if she was not interested in what was connected with him. The guy asked if she thought that she would be able to meet him immediately after arriving in the capital. He began to tell that he is actually the king's closest assistant. He asked if such a person would want to meet an unknown person like her, and added that he was already busy raiding monsters and a lot of other things. He said that in the capital, the attitude towards security is much more caring than here, and if she penetrates the territory, she will be immediately caught and expelled. Finally, the girl asked him what he wanted to say by this. The guy pretended to be the kindest soul in the world and said he would help her. The guy added that he is quite close to Chancellor Haida and added that as she could already see before, he also occupies not quite the last position. Therefore, if she nevertheless dares to extend their contract, he will ensure her meeting with this person. He also added that if she wants to know any information, he can tell, and asked if it is not beneficial to have a lot of information. The guy asked what Armonia thought about this. Extending his hand to her head, the guy asked if it was a good offer for her. Suddenly, the girl immediately removed the boy's hand and did not let him remove the blanket. He was surprised by such behavior. The girl said that she does not like to show her face and thinks that she needs time to think about his proposal. She also added that he told her this out of nowhere, and she needed time to think. He replied that there are no problems in this, but he added that he could not wait long and that he, like her, was interested in arriving in the capital as soon as possible. The girl agreed with him. The girl waited for him to leave, but he continued to stand and look. She asked him if everything was fine with him. Hadn't he told everything? The guy admitted that he actually had one more question for her. He asked if he could ask his question. She replied that even if she said no, he still wouldn't back down, so she asked him to tell. He saw with one eye that there were a lot of monsters storming the settlement. The boy asked how she managed to get away unscathed from so many orcs. At first, the girl was confused because she did not know what to answer him, but later she answered. R said that this time luck was on her side, that's all. The guy, of course, didn't believe her and said that it was amazing. He continued by saying that no matter what you look at, every time she is incredibly lucky. He asked if she had become engaged to the love of heaven, or maybe with the love of monsters, but later he added that monsters are not those who will give love to people. The girl stood up and told him that she did not understand what he meant by this, but if she continued to fuss like he did, luck would hardly turn to face her. The girl asked if he also participates in the monster hunt or not, and continued by asking if he would allow her to ask one question and asked why monsters cause him such irritation. Haida said that he had already said that monsters are creatures whose presence does not bring any benefit to people, and even on the contrary, senseless victims continue to appear because of them. They not only reduce the number of victims by raiding monsters, but also extract useful resources found in the forest. He continued by saying that this was done in the name of the development of the empire and the safety of the people. The girl started screaming, asking him to stop carrying delusions. So she said that not all monsters are evil and not all of them harm people. She asked him to stop speaking badly about them in the fog of his silly prejudices. The girl did not understand why they were so greedy when it came to forest resources, because they did not belong to them from the very beginning. She said that she thought she had told him enough the day the wyvern incident happened. The boy addressed her by name and asked if she was on the side of the monsters. The guy explained it by the fact that she has such a strong dislike for people, and the girl wondered why he was suddenly asking about it. The girl answered him that her tongue already hurts to talk to him, and she herself thought that there was no need to hurry with the answer. She said that she wanted to rest, but it was too noisy here and asked the boy to leave. He was surprised that the girl had changed her mind so suddenly. She began to push him, and he asked her to wait, because he did not finish. She said that it doesn't matter to her, she won't listen. Throwing the boy out the door, the girl wished him a good journey. He was shocked by such an act of the girl and could not find words to describe it. He wanted to address her, but the girl closed the door. The guy was unhappy because he was going to learn more. He did not know what to do if the person was so distant, but he understood that it would be better for him to follow the words for some time. He understood that his plans for the future would be possible only with the help of Armonia. The girl sat on her bed and thought about what had happened. She thought that if you look at it that way, Cande was right. Why did she hope that she would be able to immediately meet with the person responsible for the raid as soon as she arrived in the capital? And if he told the truth, then it must be quite difficult to meet his head. She had no idea how it could be done without outside help. The girl thought that she had accumulated a lot of things that needed to be thought through. And she can't even ask for advice because Lime and Fairy aren't around. Suddenly, the girl heard Lime shouting from below that he can't hang like that anymore. And Fairy said that she felt like she was going to die. The girl was shocked by their appearance here because she did not know where they could be. She asked them what they were doing there. The girl took them into the room and put them on her bed. Lime said he couldn't even lift one of your tentacles, and Fairy said she was very tired. The girl said that she almost went to look for them and asked where they were. Fairy replied that she and Lime followed her when she was transported to this place. They wanted to climb through the window, but had to wait until this guy left. The girl praised them and said that they worked well. The girl apologized to them and thanked them for finding her. Lime answered that there was nothing to do and added that they were capable and most of all for her sake. Fairy asked what he said because she wanted to say it first. He replied that then she should have preceded him. Watching them argue, the girl was happy. R asked how they feel about stopping fighting and going to the bathroom because they are all covered in dirt. Fairy said that she was in favor because she wanted to bathe in warm water. Lime also supported her. Lime said that his throat was dry. Could he drink water for bathing? Fairy said that first you need to drink and then wash. The girl looked at this and was surprised. At that time, Haida came to the girl again. She asked what he needed and he greeted her. The boy said that the servant washed her clothes and he brought them. The girl thanked her and noticed that the clothes really smelled of freshness. The girl again threw the boy out the door and closed it, saying that that was all, and said goodbye to him. The boy tried to persuade the girl to open the door. He said that she was so indifferent and asked if she could open the door for a while. The girl threw her clothes to Lime and told him to take his clothes and hide in the closet. Lime replied that it was no problem. The girl made a small gap and asked the boy what he wanted, maybe say something. He replied that not at all, and that there is something more important. The guy said that the fourth part of the day had already passed, so he wondered if she had made a decision. R asked if he was talking about the contract. He said yes and added that if she does not mind, then tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they are going to go to the capital. Armonia said that although he told her that he couldn't give her much time, she added, asking if he didn't think that it was already a little too much and that he was in too much of a hurry. Leaning over to the girl, he asked if she had said that she would not be able to do anything if she thought about anything for a long time. He continued by saying that she has nothing to lose from this, and long thoughts are just a waste of time. The girl clearly did not like the fact that he tried to rush her, but she could not do anything. All she had to do was agree, which she did. And she turned to him saying that even if she got safely to the capital with such a noble person as the Chancellor, it would be quite difficult to meet. The girl continued that she would probably still need his help. The guy was happy and said that he knew she would say that and continued that in that case. But the girl interrupted him. She said that despite this, there is no evidence that he really knows this person. She continued that it would be very risky for her to trust him or not. She finally asked him to show her that he could keep his promise and continued that she was ready to believe everything he said, only if he managed to convince her. She said that it was then that she would decide whether to go with him or not. Meanwhile, the guy believed that she usually acts without thinking about the consequences, but it seemed to him that there are times when she digs deep like now. He answered her that it is good, and they should do so. The girl again threw him out of the room and said goodbye, but the boy tried to stop her and asked what was wrong again. The guy said that he can't just leave like that. R replied that he is very annoying and asked to speak now and asked why he is so strong. The boy replied that it was all due to the fact that he studied martial arts and fencing. He said that no matter what he does, first of all, he needs to maintain his physical health. The girl said that this is very funny. The girl asked if he has strength and abilities, why did he tremble so much as soon as he saw monsters when he had absolutely no reason to be afraid? The guy replied that it was something like a phobia from birth. The girl asked where he saw such a phobia from birth. She asked if he was talking about a phobia of monsters. The guy replied that it was personal and asked him not to ask any more questions on this topic. The girl replied that this is how it is. But later the boy changed his mind and said that if the conversation about monsters has already started, that's how it should be, he will tell. The guy asked if she remembers the lizard people they encountered last time. The girl answered that, of course she remembers, and added that she had a lot of trouble with them then. The guy says that more than half of the residents died when an army of lizard men attacked their settlement. He added that it was due to the fact that the people who lived there had nothing to do with them. He asked if he was wrong because monsters only cause more human victims. The girl asked him if this is what he wanted to tell her then, and she added that she thought they had already talked to him about this topic before. The girl added that she said that the price for their stupid choice would be quite big. The guy was shocked that she knew that this had to happen. The girl explained that the lizards needed something to replace them. Armonia continued by saying that this is what the settlement has turned into. Monsters do not agree to live with losses. If something goes, then something must come. And she added that she said this so that he would be ready for similar situations. The guy was shocked that she knew that the settlement was literally destroyed, but she didn't care. The guy caught himself with a strange feeling of discomfort, and the girl said that she does not like to repeat herself with all her soul. Touching the boy's shoulder, she said that she would repeat it for the last time. She continued and said that, as she had said before, if they did not listen to her, the same thing would happen again. She said that if he does not feel confident controlling the behavior of the knights, then he should think about it. She asked if he would be able to put up with all the victims if this happened every time. Returning to him, she asked whether a trip with her would really play into his hand. Armonia was standing and putting on a robe. Fairy and Lime were watching. Lime asked whether she would not feel tired already in the morning. Because she went to bed late because of this kobold, the girl answered that everything is fine. R said that she slept a little, so she feels good, and in any case they also need something to eat. She also added that she went to bed late not at all because of the boy, and said that she was already used to dealing with him. She also said that she thought it was fair to call him a kobold, and added that he looked an awful lot like someone who was easily offended. Fairy was very excited and asked if the girl likes to spend time with people. She replied by asking why she was asking about it all of a sudden. Fairy added that she thinks she smiled for the first time when she talked about a person, and said that maybe her opinion had changed. Fairy said that it was all due to the fact that she had been in the human world for quite a long time. R did not find anything to answer at first. But later, she confidently said that she was not, and that she was already tired of communicating with people. What then, what now? And she continued that, besides, her opinion about them still remains the same. She was ready to go on business and was walking along the corridors of the estate. She thought about Fairy's words, that she was smiling when she said it about Conde. She couldn't believe it, and said that it couldn't be. She did not understand what could be good about this ugly man. He only annoys her. Just thinking about him makes her boil. Armonia met Haida. He asked where she was going at such an early hour. She replied that she was just going for a walk and to buy some fruit. The guy asked her in surprise. She answered that she needs to eat them from time to time. The guy replied that it is what it is, and in that case she should take it with her. She was shocked by such an offer of the guy and asked why he did it. Haida said that he listened to her, and he also wanted to eat some fruit. In the end, they still went together. The girl did not understand why she had to go with him. She thinks that she needs to buy everything she needs and return as soon as possible. The guy asked if she was used to being in the human market. When it is always so noisy and crowded, R answered that the atmosphere here is quite strange. He said that the horde of orcs is very close to the settlement, so the people are very worried because they do not know when they will be attacked again. The boy said that it was definitely thanks to her that the settlement did not suffer major losses, while she did not understand whether they were really worried about monsters. He turned to her saying that he definitely saw that she was having a conversation with monsters. She asked why he suddenly had such thoughts. He replied that it's just that even though she says that she is always lucky, and he added that luck can definitely also be considered an ability. Haida decided to change the subject and asked if she remembers asking him yesterday why he begins to tremble when he sees monsters. He began to tell that when he was still a child, he had to survive an attack by monsters. And he continued by saying that on that day he lost all the people dearest to him, namely the servant who worked in the estate, his younger sister, and even his parents. He recalls that he could do nothing but helplessly watch them die. And all this because he was unable to cope with the monsters on his own. And even in his mind he was infinitely weak. He said that now, from time to time, he dreams about it, and he blames himself because he thinks that all this happened because of his weakness. He thinks that maybe if he was strong enough to resist them, then everyone would be alive. The boy continued to tell her his story when suddenly the girl's hands began to approach his face. The girl pulled him by the hair to bring him to his senses. He was shocked by the girl's actions and asked what she was doing. She answered him by asking what was his fault. R added that in general it is true that they have completely different views, but this time she can say for sure that it did not happen because he was weak. The guy looked at her with wide eyes. The girl said that they died not because of his fault. And she added that although she doesn't know all the details, she thinks she understands what it's like to leave a family. She asked him if it was because of this that he wanted to take revenge. Did he hope that if he visited the monsters, it would be like a bolt from the blue? Then he will stop dreaming about the events of that day, and all difficulties will suddenly disappear. R added that they can continue to live with other people, despite the fact that some person has harmed them, because there are far more good and decent people than bad ones. The guy said that, as he said earlier, he didn't know that monsters were like that. He added that he still observes how monsters only harm people and has never seen ordinary or good monsters. He said that it was difficult for him to understand her point of view. The girl said good, and said that he can do what he wants. But in her mind, she did not even hope to change his views immediately. The guy took the girl by the hand and said that this is why he really needs her now. Armonia did not understand why he grabbed her hand again and asked why he was behaving like that again. Haida said that she was the first person to whom he told about his situation in detail. The girl answered him by asking if she asked him for this and said that he was mumbling something under his breath. The guy said that then he would tell the truth and said that he told her about his weaknesses because he needed her trust. She asked him if it was all because he asked to make her believe and added by asking if he understood that it would not work. Of course he understands, and that's why he not only prepared it and started to take something out of his pocket. He took out a roll of papers and said that this is the proof that will definitely convince her. The girl asked what it was. The guy said that it was a permit to enter the Imperial Tower, which was signed by none other than Chancellor Haida. He said that he always has it at hand for any occasion, and thanks to this you can meet the Chancellor regardless of her business or status. And he said that he would give her this permission when they reach the capital safely. The Chancellor asked her to answer if she was going to renew their contract now. The girl looked at the document and was sure that the seal was the same as the one that was left on the announcement about the raid. It seems that the documents were indeed signed by the head of the operation. Armonia reminded that it would certainly not be a negative for her. The girl asked if they were leaving tomorrow and asked what time. The satisfied guy said that in the best case, in the morning, but it may happen that a little later, somewhere at noon. But it is better to move there faster so as not to waste time. The girl replied that it was true, but in her mind she was not sure that Fairy and Lime were so worried about people that they would agree to it thoughtlessly. The girl said that they should do so. If she doesn't show up tomorrow at noon, then they have to leave without her. The guy was surprised and said that she did not hold out again as agreed, and said that he even gave her what she wanted, evidence. She replied that now is not the situation when she could think only about herself, and he asked what this should mean. The girl said that he should think that she has certain circumstances. He should go further without going into the details. And she added that in any case, she sees that he did not lie. The girl thanked him for the fact that he convinced her. It was important for her. Armonia was sitting in her room. Lime said that he was very full, and Fairy said that if someone looked at him, they would think that he had not been fed for several days. Lime replied that he had been starving for a long time. Fairy yelled at him, telling him to see how R was taking care of them. Fairy turned to Lime and said that because of him, R can't even have a snack. The girl, who was sitting so thoughtfully, paid attention when Fairy called her. Fairy asked what was wrong with her and what happened. She answered that everything was fine. Lime said that he did not like the expression on her face, and the girl asked what was wrong with him. Fairy said that the girl knows that she has everything written on it. Lime confirmed and asked what she was thinking. Armonia said that they must not be very comfortable traveling with people for so long. Fairy asked if she was lying if she said it was comfortable. Lime added that it was very stuffy in the bag. Armonia put her hand on her leg and said that she thought so. Fairy asked her if she thought about a trip to the capital. The girl was surprised that Fairy guessed and asked how she understood it. She explained that yesterday when they had to wait outside, she overheard their conversation with this kobold. And she added that what he said really does not fit into any gate, and added that she thinks he is the worst of all people in the world. And Fairy added that in the end, if she gets to the capital comfortably, they will be able to endure this discomfort. Lime added that everything is true and they always put her first. The girl said that it was incredible and asked how they could always put her first. R said that once or twice was fine, but they always thought of her first from the moment she entered the territory of the Voltar forest. Fairy replied that this is all because she is very kind and they think of her much more than she thinks. Fairy added that she just doesn't feel that way, because of course they put her first because they like her so much, and asked if there must be some other reason. The girl thought that she must be used to hearing it all the time, but why does she feel differently today? The day came when they were to leave. The Chancellor and Kun were waiting for the girl. The guy asked the Chancellor if they should wait, because they can stand still for a day. Haida turned to the boy and asked him to be patient, and the boy asked if this did not mean that she would not come. Kun asked why all these fruits in the carriage for whom he bought so much. He said that there is someone who should regularly eat fruits. X-Guy was surprised and asked if such people exist at all. Haida said that they still had to wait a little longer, but suddenly, without agreeing, he saw that she had come. He turned to the girl and said that she had finally arrived and that he was waiting for her. He asked her if she was ready to go on the road. The girl answered that she was ready. Caris was sitting on a tree thinking about the fact that the wind has been blowing cold lately. He wondered if it could be because there is no harmony here. A boy who was sitting on a tree and was seen by one of the orcs living in the Voltar forest. She turned to him, saying that he did not look very well, and asked what happened. He did not answer immediately, but later said that nothing special had happened. She said that after Armonia left the forest, it became very quiet and wrong. Caris answered that yes, she was the one who walked incessantly through the forest and from day to day. She asked if everything would be okay if Armonia continued to travel. Caris asked what she was talking about. The orc said that she definitely thinks that humans are dangerous creatures, but bigger ones worry her. The fact that the girl will be threatened by monsters from other forests because they will be eager to get Harmony, and all because of the fact that she has a mysterious power to protect Harmony with the help of those powers possessed by the Night Fairy and Slime, and added that even though he gave her that medallion. Caris interrupted her and said that they were all too worried about her. And he added that probably all this is due to the fact that they cannot properly trust him. And he added that he told Armonia more than once about her abilities and told her not to use them lightly. He replied that this is why everything will be fine as long as he protects Armonia, as long as she is loved by the forest. He was sure that Armonia was safe. Harmony and Haida stood in front of a bunch of monsters on a small path. The girl thought that it was strange, because she thought that they were going that way to avoid the place with the monsters. And she did not understand how they could overtake them if only they did not know where to go. They react as if they knew that they would go this way. The girl thinks that she is seeing such monsters for the first time. She wondered how they would behave. They looked like wyverns, but they did not have wings, and they were small in stature. She finally remembered what it could be, and it turned out to be the drakes. Who was standing behind the girl, and said that again these creatures are here as here, and added that he was very tired of them. The girl said that he speaks as if he knows them well. Haida said that of all the monsters he had seen before, they were the most aggressive. The guy said that they are acting recklessly and the damage will be great. The girl thinks in her mind that she heard that drakes are very sharp creatures. But she was surprised by the fact that Conde knew about it, because drakes are not a very common type of monster, and even she had seen them for the first time. The monsters said that this is exactly the place and they can smell the person who caught their leader. The girl could not believe what she heard and decided to ask. She asked if suddenly Conde hadn't caught drakes before. The guy was surprised and asked how she knew. He said that because he needed materials for research, he caught one, and that is why he managed to gather a lot of information about the drakes. The girl did not understand how people could be so alike. She was really disappointed. The guy tried to calm her down and said that it definitely happened before their meeting, and added that as she knows from the moment they travel with her, they didn't touch the monsters with a finger. The girl said that it is so, but that his merits from the past emerge and influence. She added that she was so fed up with people like him, the guy stopped by and asked what she said. At this time, the drakes said that people were exchanging signals. Before they were going to attack, they perceived it as an attack. And that's why they decided to attack first. A pillar of fire instantly flew in the direction of Armonia and the boy. The girl was so frightened that she even froze in place, unable to do anything. Fortunately, Chancellor Haida was braver. He rushed to the girl and protected her from the flames. The girl noticed that he had a very good reaction and wondered how he understood that some people were preparing for an attack. Also, she could not help but notice that compared to the day when they met with lizard people, he became like a different person. When everything started to calm down, the girl thought that he was some kind of useless rich guy. The boy shouted that they have the same power as the drakes he had encountered before. He ordered his soldiers to warn all the knights. They listened to him and agreed. The girl pushed him away from her and said that she was fine and he should protect himself first. And she added that in any case, he cannot kill monsters now because she is in charge here. The girl ordered him to wait in the carriage when the boy suddenly began to pull her hood and said that suddenly, if during that time he was sitting in the carriage. He continued by saying that if he lost her again, he would throw the hood off the girl's head. He asked if he managed to change her decision. The drakes noticed that this sword belonged to whoever had captured their leader. They had no doubt about it. Flames appeared in front of them again, and they heard shouts that they should catch this man. The girl understood that they really attack without thinking, and if they stand and watch, the whole forest will be engulfed in flames. The girl says that if the chief is not there, it means that the commander brought them here. She needs to meet him, while the knights order to aim for places where there are no scales. The girl understood that it might happen that they wouldn't talk to him, but it was still better than just standing like a statue. The girl noticed one of them, who said that they should not let anyone escape. She noticed that he communicated more naturally than the others. She thinks that she needs to talk to him when suddenly she almost found herself in the fire. They asked to let their leader go. The girl is wondering how to catch her here for a moment to talk. She understood that dragging time and being on the ground was not beneficial for her, and remembered that drakes cannot fly. Therefore, she had no choice but to pounce on him from the mountain. The girl straddled the evil drake. They both looked at each other without understanding what was happening. He was clearly displeased that such a miserable person climbed on top of him and ordered her to get off immediately. The girl replied that she didn't want to do that either and shouted for him to calm down. Drake did not understand what she said now as the girl flew from his neck straight to the ground. The girl said that she does not want to fight with them at all, and if it comes to that, she just wants to resolve the situation peacefully. The girl said that it would also be better for them if they did without victims. Therefore, she offered them to negotiate and added that she will try to do everything in her power to solve their problems. Drake did not understand what kind of power she had and where she got it from. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The girl asked what it was. She thought that it must be an earthquake. Suddenly, the ground under the girl's feet began to crack, and it seemed as if she was about to fall. It really happened. A huge chasm appeared under the girl where she flew. The knights together with Chancellor Haida saw this and were very worried. And Chancellor Haida was especially worried about the girl, so it should not be surprising, but all he managed to do was shout her name. Suddenly, the girl's locket cracked, the same magical locket that was supposed to save her in case of danger. Caris received a sign. He understood that Armonia was in trouble. One of the knights asked if the earth could collapse so suddenly and unexpectedly. The drakes were no less shocked, because the loss of the leader was very serious for them. And Haida was not an exception from all those who were shocked by what he saw. He was also worried about the girl. To the surprise of the knight who was standing next to Haida, he rushed to the abyss calling Armonia. He tried to stop him and bring him to his senses, but Haida seemed not to hear him at all. Finally, the knight stopped him and turned, saying that he would not let him go any further. The Chancellor ordered him to leave and asked if he had seen a person fall inside. Kun asked him to calm down and asked if he was really going to climb into this hole. The boy also added that he could not watch how he would simply take and jump into this place, and added that no matter how important a person was, she was not worth his life. The guy added that no matter what the situation is, you can't act without a plan, and said that he always told them this. Haida said that he understood him. He suddenly got a headache. The Chancellor thinks that he said everything correctly. He should not act without thinking, and said that he needs to think a little about how to save Armonia. The girl opened her eyes and saw Fairy in front of her. She was calling her. Opening her eyes, she was very frightened because she did not understand where they were. Finally, the girl was able to sit up and woke up. Lime said that they were underground. The girl was surprised. After all, she fell from a rather high place, but her body was fine. Fairy said that here, unlike other places, the ground is soft, so the impact must have been less painful. But it turned out that it was Lime who protected her, and he told about it. He was clearly proud of himself. The girl was interested to know what actually happened, and thanked Lime. Despite the presence of Fairy, it was very dark here. Maybe it's because it was a dungeon. There, a monster approached the girl, and she was frightened because she did not expect to see him here. He turned to her and said that she had finally woken up. The girl was very surprised to see Drake next to her. She thought that they must fall together when the ground opened up. He reproached that they use force without thinking. He asked if these are also plans of people. The girl asked him to listen and said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. She added that it was not her trick, but otherwise she would be sitting here with him. He said that it was also correct. The girl realized that she still hadn't introduced herself and told the monster about it. She said that her name is Armonia, and she is from a place a little bit away from here, from the Voltar forest. The monster began to wonder and questioned her, saying that she said that Voltaire was from the forest. And he continued by saying that it is not surprising, because he understood that someone was guarding her. A dragon was guarding her. Looking at him, the girl at first did not understand which dragon we were talking about, But later she remembered Caris, and she was also surprised that monsters can feel everything. The girl asked him if he looked around. The monster answered that he did not walk, but it seems that there is a road in that direction. She asked what the exit was. He was not aware of where she was going, and he also did not know where the exit was. He just nodded his head. Lime noticed that it was the earth, and if they found the spirit of the earth, wouldn't he help them get out? Fairy began to wonder and later agreed with Lime and added that there is living land here. Fairy said that there must be a nadium here. It is an earth spirit that is responsible for this place. R said that, as she thought, there was no other way out, and if the dwarves were found, they could pass safely. Drake asked if she had met dwarves. Armonia answered that once in the Voltar forest. She added that although these monsters live deep underground, they sometimes come to the surface. The girl said that nothing will change from constant chatter. The girl said that they needed to go first and asked him to follow them. Art turned to Drake, saying that earlier she was absent-minded, so she did not hear his whole story. She asked if he could tell her the details now, and added that she had heard from the corner of her ear that the people had taken away their leader. He said that at first they took away not the leader, but his child, and the chairman went in search. After he found out about everything, he fell into the trap of people. The girl was shocked and asked if people really used his child as bait. The monster replied that everything is true. They wanted to go to save the head, but he stopped them. He said that he would save his child and return to the forest and told them not to worry. Armonia did not understand how you can sit idly by, because the more time passes, the more you worry, and it becomes even scarier. She said that the leaders really have a great influence on the whole pack. She couldn't even imagine the Voltar forest without Caris. While walking, the girl said that to begin with, she understood the situation. The girl said that even if the person standing next to her caught their leader, most likely he is now with a more influential person, and explained that, to put it simply, the person has the leader. And she added that this is why, even if they attack people, they will not find a leader right away. Drake was furious and asked if she was suggesting they surrender. He added, saying that she is called a child of the forest Voltaire, but she is human after all. Armonia interrupted him and said that she never meant to give up, and said that she already said that she would try her best to solve their problems. The monster was surprised and asked if in such a case she would bring their head herself. She replied that she could not be sure, but she would try. She was already very annoyed by those people. The girl turned her head to the monster and turned to him, saying that in return he should do her a favor. The girl said that if he trusts her and can wait, then he should as soon as they get to the surface. Take your flock and leave. She explained that if she sees a human leader, she can at least try to do something, but if they become an obstacle, she will lose time. R said that she does not force and will respect any of their choices. She thinks that he is thinking, because from his point of view it will be difficult to believe him. Armonia thought that in any case it is so stuffy here, who knew that it would be so difficult without light. She wondered when they would be able to get out of here. Walking, the girl thought that it would be better to be silent about the fact that she does not see a single dwarf. The girl wondered if they would just go straight or nothing would happen. Walking through the tunnels, the girl thinks that it seems to her that they are circling and thinks that it should have been marked the way they were going before that. Suddenly, the girl asked the monster to stop. He did not understand what the reason was. The girl offered to rest a little because she could no longer walk due to fatigue and her legs hurt a lot. Rake said that he thought that people were weak, but R replied that he was lucky with steel endurance. Fairy turned to Armonia and said that if it was difficult for her, she could sit down and rest, and she and Lime would go and look for dwarves. Lime said that this is a good idea. The girl said that she feels guilty because she is resting, and they are taking care of her. Fairy said that she had nothing to blame herself for, and said that they would pass quickly. Fairy flew to Drake and told him to take good care of Armonia, because she was watching over him. He didn't like it. Drake turned to R and said that not only the dragon, but also other creatures care about her very much. The girl replied that no matter how you look at it, they spent a lot of time together. He also decided to continue the conversation about what she mentioned earlier. He said that he agrees. The girl was shocked and could not believe that he really agreed. The girl asked him if he knew that he could not go outside and change his opinion abruptly. The monster said that he does not change his words spoken by this jaw a second time. In general, the girl was preparing for the fact that she would receive a refusal. She could not believe that it really happened again. The girl decided to ask if he was behaving like that because of the smell wafting from her. He answered her that he could not understand the course of her thoughts. R explained that everyone tells her that she smells sweet, and maybe that's why most monsters are friendly with her. She went on to say that she was just wondering if that was why he accepted her proposal. The monster replied that it was true, and he really felt that her words should not be dismissed so easily. Drake said, however, that he was referring to more than just this factor. The girl asked what was the other reason, and he answered that it was already a secret. The girl said that it was rather shallow, but in the end, it didn't bother her so much. Standing up, she said that it was probably time for them to leave. Drake said that judging by this, human endurance is restored as quickly as it ends. R said that it is still difficult for her, but the longer they rest, the more they are delayed. Besides, it is comfortable to rest here. Later, the girl realized that Lime and Fairy were delayed and wondered if they had lost their way to them. Suddenly, the girl saw that Lime and Fairy were rushing towards her, holding something incomprehensible. They began to shout that they had found a dwarf. The girl was shocked by the fact that they so skillfully found a way out of the situation. She couldn't believe it, so she asked if it was really a real dwarf. And the dwarf himself said that this day had come after all, and he swallowed the slime liquid. He turned to R and said that if it were not for her insolent friends, this would not have happened. And she asked him what he was talking about. He called the girl an unprincipled brat who pretends not to understand what he is talking about. He said that she was guilty of interrupting Mr. Nadium's sleep. She turned to him and asked if it was she who woke him up and added that she did nothing of the sort. The dwarf did not believe her and asked if in such a case the immovable earth would open up by itself. He said that it was her fault that Mr. Nadium got angry for no reason. The girl thought that the sounds of their battle with the drakes were so loud, she couldn't think of anything else. Drake said that he was less than a bite size, and growled and growled. The dwarf asked what he said. The girl decided to intervene and said that they should not fight. She turned to the dwarf and asked if he knew where they were. He said that of course he knows, because he was with Mr. Nadium until he came to them. The girl said that this was good news and asked him to take them there, but suddenly the dwarf interrupted her and said that it was impossible. The dwarf asked if she would like to see the face of an evil person if she were in his place, and said that if Mr. Nadium saw her, he would have 1,000 more grievances. R asked if he really got so angry, and added that even if it was, it had been a while. Armonia asked if he would not be able to understand them. He replied that it is better not to disturb his peace of mind for nothing. The dwarf said that in any case he would not inform them. Lime turned to him and said that if he does not tell, and he continued that they will not let him go just like that either. R asked Lime not to intimidate him like that. The dwarf asked if he was threatening him now. Lime replied that if he wanted to, he could digest it as soon as he put it in his mouth. Lime said that he got hungry just in time and added that eating it would not change anything in particular. He continued that it was still better than nothing. The dwarf seemed to start crying now and later agreed to see them. Walking through the tunnels, the girl covered her ears because the dwarf kept grumbling about what he had done to deserve this. He said that now it is enough to just go straight. Smelling her hand, the girl wondered if it was suddenly because they were getting closer to Nadium. The smell of the earth was getting brighter. Drake said that he could see a light. The girl thought that it must be Nadium. They rushed to the light, approaching. The bright light blinded the girl's eyes. Opening her eyes, the girl was able to see something that really surprised her. In this spooky dungeon, everything was blooming and even butterflies were flying. Armonia, looking at the big tree, could not believe that it was really a dungeon. Suddenly, she heard someone address them, calling them human and Drake. He said that they dared to interrupt his sleep. The dwarf said that this is the guardian of their land. Mr. Nadium looked like a little boy. They could not believe that he really possessed such great power. Guardian spirits usually have one very interesting habit. Having chosen their place, they no longer move so easily. That is why it is very rare to meet a guardian spirit. All the guardians described in the books are grandmothers and grandfathers, but it turns out that there are spirits that are very young. The guardian addressed R, calling her a human being, and continued to say that they had broken into someone else's house, and now they were standing there confused. He asked how they found this place. R was really a little confused, but answered that it was the dwarf who showed them the way. Armonia said that she wanted to meet him. The guardian called her an impudent person. The young guardian asked what was the reason for her desire. The girl said that, to put it simply, she wants him to let them go, and added that she meant outside. The young keeper folded his hands behind him and began his thoughts. He asked her if this body had a reason for doing this. The girl did not understand his question and asked again. He asked if they were incredibly insolent creatures that disturbed his daytime sleep. He said that the earth shook terribly and the trees were burned. He asked to give him a reason and added that they behave absolutely shamelessly. It was even difficult for the girl to find a word because it wasn't even her fault, and Drake just turned his head away from him. The girl said that this happened not only because of their fault, and added that if he was sleeping, a warning should have been given. Fairy said that she had better not lose her temper. R asked why, because she said everything correctly and continued that he lives at such a depth that she should have found out about it and said that it is not easy for them and she does not want to hear about how the child did not sleep. But the girl still managed to anger the spirit and he began to use magic. A tar vine wrapped R and Drake and the spirit said that he was not a child. The girl could not believe that the tree vine was really created by magic. The guardian turned to the girl and said that from now on she should respectfully call him Mr. Nadium. Lime said that he is definitely able to eat such leaves. Fairy said that you don't need to eat them, you just need to clean them. Nadium did not believe that there really are monsters that help people. He asked the girl if this little one came with her, and she wondered why she decided that Nadium would be kind to her. She looked at this small creature and wondered how to persuade her. The spirit asked what kind of person she was, that the monsters were protecting her, and added by asking if she had other abilities besides premonitions. He also added that he became interested in what abilities she possesses. The spirit said that if she stays here and becomes his toy, then so be it. He will let the others out. The girl was shocked and could not believe what she heard. The fairy started shouting at him what kind of delusion he was talking about. R said that she already had a lot to do, and in any case, she had no thoughts of staying here. Nadium replied that then this body would not listen to her request either. The girl thought that he is very stubborn and does not hesitate to say what is on his mind. The girl remembered and understood that in such a case, if it was Conde, he would definitely offer something. The girl did not delay, turned to the spirit and said that they should make a deal. Nadium was surprised and questioned her. The girl said that as she said earlier, she had some work to do, so she could not stay here, and added that she had made too many promises. The girl said that in return, as soon as she finishes her work, she will visit him again. The spirit was surprised. Armonia asked if he put forward such a condition only because he was tired of being here alone, and added that this place is indeed very beautiful, but too lonely. The spirit said that if you live, you can hear different delusions. The girl asked him if she was wrong. He said that he was born in this place, so of course he should be here, and added that also, unlike her, this body was a prominent arch-guardian. That is why being alone is also natural for him. R said that the fact that he is a guardian spirit does not mean that he does not care about loneliness. She began to tell that when she came to the forest Voltaire, but the spirit interrupted her, saying that it was too noisy, and asked what she could know to say that, and added that he just needed a toy. The spirit said that in this case her creature would stay here, but suddenly a guest appeared and asked him who said that. The spirit said that today there are too many strangers breaking into someone else's house, and that he is in a bad mood. The new guest turned and asked if these were the words of an insolent person who encroached on someone else's property. The new guest was Caris, who came to Armonia's aid. The girl was very happy to see Caris. She asked if it was really him, and he answered that they had not seen each other for a long time. She ran to meet him. Jumping into Caris's arms, Armonia asked what brought him here. Caris said that her pendant gave a signal and he was worried, that's why he came. And he explained that if she is in danger, he will always come to her regardless of when it happens. Caris added that he did not know that the spirit would hide so carefully. Nadium began to say that he was no longer small and asked who he was. Caris interrupted him and said that his inability to recognize his essence is proof of his youth. Caris said that if he didn't want him to burn the whole place down, he should let Armonia go now. The young spirit was surprised that he knew how to use magic. Afterwards, Nadium called him a dragon and said that's who he was. Caris turned to him, saying that he was in no position to call him that. Suddenly, Armonia stood between them and asked them to wait and not to quarrel. She turned to Nadium and promised that as soon as she finished with her affairs, she would immediately return here. The girl was not able to negotiate because Caris interrupted her and said that it was not possible. The girl asked him why. He explained that the time she spends away from the Voltaire forest does not bring her anything good, and added that besides, everyone is waiting for her and is worried. But the girl was stubborn and stood her ground. She turned and said that Nadium was all alone here. And she added that no one is able to find this place. That is why he has been here alone since birth. Caris turned to Armonia and said that all the guardians of the earth are like this, and not only Nadium is going through this. He turned to the girl and said that he has no idea why she takes Nadium's side, and added that no matter what, she has no reason to be with this boy. Not now, not in the future. Armonia turned to Caris and said that he himself said that he was a very young spirit. Nadium said that he is not small at all. Armonia said that when she was very young, she was separated from people and asked him if he knew what helped her endure all this. She said that Caris and other friends were there and replaced her family. She asked him if he remembered her first day in the forest of Voltaire. Caris remembers that a child came to his possession, to the Voltaire forest, also of his own free will. He remembers that her body trembled as if she was seized with fear. He remembers that she tightly hugged the magic stone that was given to her with both hands. Even so, he was surprised that this child did not avoid his gaze. And in addition to the sweet aroma, she also had a strong energy, which you could see only by getting close. Caris then looked at her and said that he was waiting for her, and finally it happened. He held out his hand to the girl and called her the child of the Quer, Armonia. Taking the little girl by the hands, he could finally say for sure that she had come to them. By origin that no one could oppose, she was born with abilities that no one could define. The places where the keys are located are full of life, and the pheromone is so strong that it reaches not only monsters but even plants. Usually monsters are fascinated by their power, and when a quer is born, the monsters take them to their place of residence. And after that, they absorb their abilities little by little, growing their strength. This will be repeated until the time when at the end the quer is not eaten together with the flesh. That is why the maximum lifespan of a quer is about 20 years. This is the fate of a person who was born a quer. He remembers how the girl asked if he was the monster with the highest position here, and said that she was a princess, and added by asking if he was even higher than her. Then Caris answered that everything was true, and remembered that the sight of the monsters, who were blinded by the desire to master the quer, was clouded, and they could not look into the future. He mentions that at least he did not want to make such a choice. He said that from now on she can call him Caris. And he added that from today, she is a member of the family of the forest Voltaire. He thought so, because the long life of this child will bring him even greater benefit. He remembers how Armonia was sitting on the grass and looking for something while he watched her. Armonia held the berries in her hands and asked Caris to watch her. She said that these fruits have a very sweet aroma and asked if that means they can be eaten. Caris replied that it is the grass of the fairies, and he added that when the fruits ripen, they will change their color to purple, and then they can be eaten. Now they are still toxic, and it can be dangerous for her. The girl sitting on the grass said that she understood everything, when suddenly her stomach grumbled. The girl became very uncomfortable and even a little sick. She thought that it was very strange because she seemed to have eaten recently. She did not know why her stomach could rumble. Caris said that you can eat the berries lying next to her, adding that if she is hungry, she can eat them. The girl asked what kind of berries these were, because they looked like fruits from fairy grass. She did not understand how Caris could tell them apart. He said that soon she will learn everything naturally. So his lonely days are in the past, because from now on, they were mostly filled with harmony. Step by step, Armonia accepted his life as her own. And so, Armonia, a former foreigner, began to get used to the Voltaire forest and its inhabitants. He also assumed that maybe she really missed her parents in childhood. But now the Voltaire forest has become her parents and family. That is why he believed that they would be able to avoid big problems. But from the very moment when Armonia secretly began to run away from the forest and go to the world of people, and along with this, the number of such cases grew and his concern grew, but he dismissed everything as a minor curiosity and closed his eyes. The girl called Caris. He was very surprised that the girl was so scared. She said that they have very big problems. He quickly came down from the tree and approached her. He asked what the matter was because he didn't even know what to imagine. She said that the people are going to conquer the forest of Voltaire. After the relationship of the people massively failed, people constantly craved to get the resources of the forest. This time, it was also the result of reckless bravery, which was caused by pity. The boy covered his face with his hand and called her by name, but the girl said that she had to meet the ruler of the people. He asked what she was talking about and said that she did not have to go, but the girl denied him, and she said that she also wants to help him, because the Voltar forest is also her home. She said that Caris is usually strong, so even if people don't break in, he will win, but it will be better to stop the battle before it starts. The girl asked to let her go. Now Caris will remember that he should have resolutely refused her, but he could not do that to her because she firmly stated her position. Having an unshakable will, such harmony shone brighter than anything else in the world. She said that now it is their turn to protect them. And so Caris agreed that the girl went on this dangerous journey. He turned to her saying that if she really wants it, then she should do it. When they lived together with Armonia, he didn't know if he fell under her spell or if Armonia just completely changed him. But he knew one thing. The girl thanked him. The girl said that if they weren't there, she wouldn't have been able to make it to today, and she wouldn't know how to rely on someone and how to help. She said that all creatures in this world are subject to loneliness, and the Keeper is no different from them. She asked what Caris thought about this, hoping for his mercy. He approached her and said that although he had spent a lot of time with him, people are still not simple. He continued that she sympathizes in absolutely incomprehensible situations, leaving the easy road, choosing the thorny one. Holding her hand, he said that she had always chosen such a decision. And he added that despite this, he cannot take his eyes off her. He said that she can do as she sees fit, and it doesn't matter to him whether she goes out with this stranger from now on or visits him again in this place. Kissing the girl's hand, he said that she only needed to return to him again whole and unharmed. He understood that he could do nothing but tell her this time and time again. Armonia asked if she could really do as she wanted. Caris answered her that it was true. Caris asked Armonia where the pendant the orc gave her was. She began to look for it in her bag. Finally, the girl found it and got it. It was really broken. The guy fixed it in an instant, and the girl said that she carried it in her bag so as not to lose it. He asked her not to worry about it and asked her to wear it without fail, putting it on the girl's neck. He said that she does not know when and where danger will overtake her. The girl was surprised because the pendant looked like new. The girl said that she understood him by looking at the spirit. She said that now that Caris allowed. She continued by saying that it was left for Nadium to make a choice. He watched silently and did not immediately answer. But later he said that he did not need the dragon's permission from the very beginning, because this is the body of a great guardian. He turned to the girl saying that she seems to want to go with him with all her soul. He turned to her and said that he would adapt specially for her, but the girl said that her name is not a person. She added that her name is Armonia and that he should call her that from now on. He started shouting that whenever he wanted, he would call her and asked her not to command. The girl said that she should not be angry. Caris, who was watching this, thought that he had given his consent in vain and started scolding the boy, when the girl calmed him down and asked him not to worry so much. Armonia turned to the Keeper, asking if everything would be in order if this place would be empty for a while, and asked if it was not dangerous to leave the land without the spirit of the Keeper. But he replied that there was no difference, and he added that the dwarves will work even harder to cover his fate and will eventually figure it out themselves. She also added that his ears are very noticeable and asked if it would be better to hide them. He said that if you use an illusion for people, they will look ordinary. The girl was happy and offered to leave quietly, because Khanda is most likely waiting for them. Nadium asked who it was. She answered that it was a person who was no different from a kobold. Caris turned to her and said that in that case it was probably time for him to go too. Turning around, the girl thanked him for coming to her aid and said that she would definitely keep her promise. Before disappearing, he asked her if she was really satisfied with reality. R said that it turned out to be more difficult and tiring than she could have imagined, but new adventures bring her joy. She knew that it was good that she finally came out. Caris said that it was enough for him that she was happy and said that he would wait for her in the forest. The next moment they were in the forest, R said that she had not breathed fresh air for a very long time. Lime added that this is true and very encouraging. Drake said that if they already got out, he should fulfill his promise and said that he leaves their head and his child to her. He said that if she does not keep her promise, but the girl did not let him finish and said that this will not happen. Putting on her hood, she said that she was fully fulfilling her promises and added that she would talk to a representative of the people. Drake said that it was good, and in that case it was already time for him to go. He roared that he had strength. It seemed that the girl was not scared at all. The other Drakes heard and thought that it was the sound of the commander and he was calling them. They were very happy that their commander had returned. They quickly began to run away, saying that the commander ordered them to retreat and thought that it was time for them to leave, leaving the knights and Haida alone. Kun turned to Haida and asked what happened to them all of a sudden, and added asking if they should catch them. Haida did not answer that no, it is not necessary, and saving harmony is a priority for them. Suddenly, Chancellor Haida was shocked because he was addressed by none other than Armonia herself. The girl stood holding the little boy's hand. Everyone was very surprised by her appearance. He approached the girl and asked if she was okay and if she was not injured anywhere, and asked her how she managed to get out from under the ground. Haida said that they wanted to save her, but the drakes suddenly went on the defensive and they could not put down their swords or move. He began to ask why Armonia, but the girl suddenly presented her hand to his face and said that she roughly understood the situation. She turned to him and said that he needed to breathe first, because she was fine, and said that she was not injured and came back unharmed, and asked if that was true. Haida answered that it was probably so. He was very confused, so he could not immediately collect his thoughts. He asked who this child was standing next to her. The guardian said, "Who else is the child here?" and said that he is actually much more his. But the girl covered his face with her hand and said that she found him when she fell underground, and said that he seems to have come here from the capital. She said that she wanted to find his parents because they were going in the same direction anyway, and asked if she could go with him. Haida replied that it is certainly worth doing so. He said that instead Armonia should bear full responsibility for this child. The girl noted that this idiot injured his arm in a fight with the drakes. Haida turned to her and asked what she was thinking about stopping by the nearest settlement before leaving and getting a medical examination, because external injuries may not be visible. But the blow was strong. The girl continued walking, and he asked if she could hear him. He asked her to answer something and said that in this case he would not plan anything. But suddenly the girl firmly grabbed his hand, which certainly caused his surprise. She said that because of his chatter she could not concentrate and asked him to stand quietly. The guy was very surprised by what the girl was doing. He tried to find out, but he didn't hear any answer. At this time, Armonia took out one of the bottles in her bag and began to open it with her teeth. She dripped a few drops on the injured boy's hand. He was very surprised by what he saw, because he did not expect that such a thing could happen at all. The wound on his hand simply disappeared. He thought it was impossible for the wound to heal so quickly. He asked what kind of potion it was, and the girl answered by asking why he should know that. The guy said that he could not believe that only one bottle made the wound disappear completely, and added that there is no potion on the market with such a good effect. The guy continued to say that if this was used in disciplinary operations, but the girl was stubborn and said that she would not tell anything. She turned to him and asked if they suddenly had to leave. She said that as long as they wait, the sun will set, and then they won't be able to do anything. This time the Chancellor decided to listen to her. He agreed with her and ordered everyone to leave. Haida turned to the girl, saying that the night was already deep, and it would be difficult to go further. He offered to rest a little and leave again at dawn. The girl replied that she was fine and said that her back just hurt. Extending his hand, the boy said that they would be in the capital in about 2 days on the road. He asked the girl to be patient a little more and carefully helped her get off the carriage. She was surprised by such news and asked him if it was so. Haida replied that that's right. If they move a little faster, they will arrive in an hour and a half. Fixing her hood, the girl said that it turns out that if you keep running, you can see the finish line. The girl said that in any case, she understood him and said that he also needed to rest. R noticed that something was wrong with his hand and asked about it, and added asking why he has been pulling her since recently. The boy, who had already started to feel ashamed, said that there was nothing like that. R asked if he had said everything and continued that then she would go first. Haida asked her to wait a moment. He again tried to ask her about the same magic potion, but the girl was adamant as before and said that she could not tell him. But the guy wasn't going to give up either and asked her to tell him at least something, even the smallest thing. He said that potions are mainly made from the blood of trolls, but recently the number of trolls has decreased, so the extraction of potions has become more difficult. The girl thinks that she has already heard from Caris that their number has decreased compared to the past. The guy continued by saying that it has come to the point that the sale takes place only in one place and it is a monopoly. The girl asked him to wait a second and asked how it could be a monopoly, and added by asking if he said that it was difficult to get them, how then they get it in that place. Haida said that he also asks himself this question, because monster hunters find trolls who cannot be found anywhere. He himself does not know how they managed to do it. The guy said that soon they will go there and find out everything themselves. The girl thinks that she has also not seen trolls, except those who live in the Voltar forest. They hide so carefully. But then how do they find them? The boy continued saying that it was because of that potion, but the girl said again that she would not tell him anything. He asked her if she would really behave like that in their relationship. She asked what other relationships there are because they don't have any relationships. The guy said that after all they spent so much time together, but the girl said that she won't tell him anything. Armonia turned to her friends and said that she would grab the fruit and come, and asked them to wait a little. Lime said that they would wait. The girl remembered that she heard that the last carriage was loaded with fruit, and wondered if she could take them all. Suddenly, Kun stood on the girl's path, who greeted her. It seems she remembered him. This is exactly the man who always follows Kande. But the girl passed by and thinks that if he goes with Kande, it is better not to contact him. Opening the carriage, she thinks that he will only exhaust her. But suddenly the boy closed the door of the carriage and said that it was already too much. He asked her if she would not even say hello to him. The girl said that she would be glad if he left, because she needed to take something from this wagon. But he was also persistent and said that he would leave if she greeted him. The guy said his name was Kun, and asked her if she was Armonia. The girl replied that if he knows everything, what kind of greeting he wants. He said that he simply never spoke to her, and added that he heard that all the fruits in the carriage were prepared for her by His Majesty. He said that looking at it you can understand that he really appreciates her, and added that he thought that she was hiding incredible abilities, and asked her if it was so. The girl replied that there is nothing like that, and thinks that this guy is even more annoying than she thought. Kun leaned towards her and told her that she was lying, and continued by saying that if she didn't know anything, why would His Majesty protect her like that? The guy said that if she is so strong, why hasn't she received the crystal sign yet? Armonia did not know what it was and asked him, and he was shocked that she did not know what a crystal sign was. He explained that this sign means recognition as the strongest mercenary, and as a proof of this. He continued that such a sword is made with a red blade, and only a person with a crystal mark can use it. The girl thinks that people also compete with each other because of rank, and later she answered to herself that this is so, because they also have ranks. The guy said that if she is interested in it, then she should try it once, but the girl replied that it is not necessary. She added that she is not even a mercenary and is not at all interested in the class struggle of people. The guy said that of course he was told that she was a little strange, but he said that he felt as if she had fallen from the sky. The guy asked if she agreed to cooperate in the area of Waldbrunn. He asked if her house was there. R answered that it was approximately in that area. The boy said that he understood and said that next to the settlement of Waldbrunn there is also the Voltar forest, and asked if she had heard of it and added that he often looked there. Kun added that his teacher told that there were many monsters in that forest, and added that his teacher is a monster hunter. He raised him and replaced his parents. Looking at him, the girl wondered why she should listen to all this. The boy began to tell that one day he got lost in that forest. The girl asked him if he heard her, but the boy ignored her and continued that it doesn't matter how often you don't go to the forest, and the road there is confusing. The boy asked if she had never been lost in the forest. Armonia replied that she had never, and said that he lost his way because he came to the forest with his useful goals. The girl asked if the hunter really had another goal besides hunting. The boy asked why she was so angry. The guy said that whoever heard her would think that her house was broken into. He continued to tell that in any case, he was saved then by a girl who looked 10 years old and had hair the color of the sea surface. He added that of course she was not alone, that girl was. He continued by saying that she came with a bunch of monsters. The guy said that her image is still in his memory. Kun added that she looks exactly like that girl. She was certainly scared, but not lost. She pushed the boy and said that he was wrong. The girl said that she does not understand how she looks like her, because her hair can be found anywhere, otherwise his memories have changed. The girl said that she is not able to listen to his delusions anymore. The guy said that it was true, and as she said, the light blue color is quite common. But he added that, however, there are many people who have special strength in such hair. He added that now he can be sure that 10 years ago in the Voltar forest he saw her, little Armonia surrounded by terrible big monsters. The guy said so that she would not scold him with such an angry look. The girl stopped him and asked him not to come closer. The guy said that, to be honest, he does not wish her harm and is not hostile. The guy said that he just wanted to meet her at least once, and the girl answered by asking why she was not happy with his words that he wanted to meet. Kun asked her not to be so harsh towards him and added that he had pure intentions. The boy said that in any case he was glad to meet again, although such an opportunity presented itself for the first time in 10 years. He thanked the girl for helping him then and said that thanks to her he was able to return without consequences, and said that if he had not met her then. The girl thought that it would be better if she left him even then. Kun said exactly what she thought, and asked if that was exactly what she thought. The girl answered that not at all. The guy said that everything is written on her face, and why not if so, and he said that it is absolutely impossible to lie to her. The girl thought that he was one of those who gets on everyone's nerves and wondered if all people in punitive operations were like that. Kun asked how he was after their conversation, and Armonia asked if he had already noticed. The guy replied that of course it was noticeable, but it hurt a little to hear it personally, and asked why she didn't like him. What was the reason? The girl turned to him and said that the main reason is that he is a monster hunter, and she added that he is also a member of the punitive group sent to the Voltar forest. The boy could not find the words to answer, and the girl continued and said that he wanted her to trust him and ask if it was too arrogant. She also continued by saying that according to him she has extraordinary abilities, and the monsters he wants to destroy are her family. The guy tried to say something to her, but he didn't succeed. The girl shouted that that's why. She does not want to see how her family suffers or dies, and she added that she is going to the capital unlike him in order to stop the punitive mission. The girl said that they are so different that if he were in her place, he would be able to treat her well. He said that he did not know whether it would sound like an excuse, but he said that he decided to take part in the battle only because he wanted to get back into the forest of Voltaire. Turning around, the girl said that in addition to the punitive mission, there are a lot of other ways to get into the forest. And besides, such a strong man like him has many more options. The girl said that he should not have lied to her because it is all very noticeable, and she added that his character is even worse than that of other people. The guy stood silently and listened to her, but later he said that, to be honest, he thought she was being held captive by monsters. The girl was surprised and asked what he was talking about. The boy said that on that day she went to the forest surrounded by monsters and added that it was in his eyes. She looked as if she did not want it, and he added that she looked very lonely. The girl asked if she looked lonely, if he had not confused anything. The guy said yes, and that he saw everything exactly like that. He said that in addition he decided to look for something in the newspapers, and in reality, a child had disappeared in the duchy, and it was written that she had been kidnapped. The guy said that, of course, he could easily enter the Voltar forest at any time, but he thought that if such a large number of people came to the forest as in a punitive operation, then the chance of finding her would increase. He went on to say that it was all his fault, and he thought that now it would be necessary to fall through the ground. The boy said that he did not know that she considered monsters her family. Looking at him, the girl thought that he already had red hair, but looking at his red face, he resembled a boiled octopus. Armonia turned to him and said that she would tell him because he was honest with her, and told her that she herself asked to take her to the forest. She said that because of her innate ability, monsters from other forests flocked to her like bees for honey, so the monsters of the forest tried to protect her. She remembered the conversation when she heard that they said that at this rate, everyone in the duchy would be in danger, and all because of the princess. She said that other people could not stand the fear of monsters that could come at any moment. The boy said that he was actually the only one who beat the drums and blew the pipe. He asked her if it turns out that she was not kept there by force. The guy said that he was worried and added that everything is fine if she wants it. Armonia pulled on her hood and said that before that. The boy looked at her in surprise, waiting. The girl thanked him for remembering her for a long time. The boy blushed, and the girl asked if such a greeting was enough and asked if she could enter the carriage now. The guy said that besides, he is responsible only for the monsters that attack the settlement. He said that he does not attack those monsters that live and do not harm anyone. Armonia said that she didn't ask, but that's fine. While the girl was taking fruit, the guy said that she had recently announced that she was going to the capital to stop the operation. The guy said that it will probably be very difficult, because permission for it has already been obtained. The girl said that she also knows that this is not an easy matter. He said that if that was what she wanted, he could speak to His Majesty, the Chancellor. The girl asked if he was serious. The girl quickly jumped out of the carriage and asked if he was close to Chancellor Haida. He replied that they are not very close, but they often talk, and he trusts him. R felt relieved. The guy said that, as he said before, it's not easy, so he asked her not to get high hopes. And he said that first, she needs to know that he is on her side, and he extended his hand to the girl to help her get off. Kun noticed that the girl said that he was the same as Kande and gave him an apple. The boy was surprised that she gave him an apple, and the girl said that it had the sweetest aroma of all fruits and asked if she had paid. The guy started laughing and called Armonia very funny. Haida watched their small conversation and could not believe what he saw. Kun said that he was meeting someone like her for the first time and offered to be her friend. The girl asked him if he was crazy. Haida was implicitly dissatisfied with their communication, but remained silent for now. Haida, who was watching this, stopped and realized that two people were alone in one place and could not understand why he was here. At this time, Armonia was already leaving as Kun asked, saying that it looked very heavy and whether he should carry it. The girl replied that she would handle it herself and asked not to pay attention, but suddenly something caught her attention. And suddenly, to the girl's surprise, Haida appeared around the corner. She asked him what he was doing here. Kun asked if something had happened to him. He replied that nothing like that, he just decided to take a walk. Armonia told them that in that case she would go first. Kun said goodbye to her and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Haida asked the boy since when they became so close. The boy replied that they are officially friends from today. Kun said that even despite the expectations, they understand each other well. The guy added that they also have a common secret that they are guarding. Haida asked him in surprise. The boy replied that if he told him, then it would not be a secret, and added that it was time for him to go to the guard post. Haida was a little worried, because he decided that he worries about little things, and he also thinks that because he doesn't sleep well, he must have become too sensitive. He also turned around and went about his business, thinking that he should go to bed earlier today. Armonia was sitting in the carriage, and little Nadiam was sleeping next to her. Fairy, who had just woken up, asked if she hadn't gone to bed yet. R answered that it was so, and added that there was only a little left to the capital and she couldn't sleep because of that. Fairy said that she understood her. Fairy asked if they said that they had 2 days left on the road and they were there. The girl replied that it seemed so. R asked what would be the best thing to say when meeting Chancellor Haida. The fairy replied that she had never spoken to humans either, and she didn't know if she should ask Candy for advice. Fairy said that there is a person who has personally volunteered to take part in the stolen operation. She added, asking if this person would give a decent answer. The girl said that if they made a deal, she wouldn't give it. R added that she thinks that this guy will definitely keep his promise. Fairy said that people are very selfish and that they use others for their own benefit. She said that it is impossible to know where the lie is and where the truth is, and by so quickly trusting in the result, R will only get harm. Fairy said what she meant, but the girl interrupted her and replied that she knew what she was worried about. They worry and worry only that Armonia will be hurt, but the girl said that everything is fine. Armonia said that she is no longer a child and cannot live forever using their help. She said that she is very disappointed by the helplessness when they are not around. R thinks that it is time to sleep. Turning to Fairy, she said that it is also time to go to bed, and in her mind she remembers the forest of Voltaire, and that when she was there, she did not think about anything. But after getting out of the forest, she, who cannot do anything, makes her feel disappointed. The girl wonders if she should not leave the forest, but later says that it is not something to worry about. In the end, she did not know if it was really for her sake. The next morning, the girl goes in the carriage and thinks that despite the fact that she fell asleep late yesterday, she does not feel so bad. By the way, Armonia wondered why this guy was sitting next to her, while Kun turned to her and asked if she was listening to him. The girl turned to him and asked where the coachman had gone. That she was sitting here, he replied that he looked tired, and they sent him to rest. Haida was driving on the other side. He turned to the girl and said that her face was very sad and asked if she was okay. The girl replied that no, she is not okay. The boy told Kun to stop torturing Armonia. He replied that he did nothing of the sort. And he said that whoever will torture a friend, the girl asked who else is a friend here. The guy turned to her and asked what she was, because they even share one secret. The girl covered his face with her hand. R whispered more quietly. Asking him to be quieter, the boy agreed with her. Haida said that their sudden rapprochement was not something he should interfere with. But he turned to the boy and said that he should joke in moderation, adding that Armonia was a little uncomfortable. Kun turned to His Majesty and said that he himself was not very different from him. Haida asked what he was talking about. The girl covered her ears with her fingers and asked them to stop arguing because they were talking from both sides, and added that her ears would soon explode. Armonia noticed that the two of them seemed to be well acquainted with the Chancellor and wondered if it would be better to get information before they arrived in the capital. The girl turned to them saying that she wanted to ask something. Kun asked about what exactly. The girl looked at Kun and asked him if he said that he often talks to the Chancellor. The boy replied that he did. And Harmony turned to Conde and said that he also said that he would tell about the Chancellor, but he simply remained silent. Yawning, the girl said that she was very lucky that two people close to the Chancellor had gathered. She asked if they said the Chancellor held a high office, and she added that she wants to learn more about it before arriving in the capital. The girl believed that although he is a very important person, everyone has weaknesses. Armonia turned to Kun and asked if he knew anything about this man's weaknesses. The guy was confused, so he couldn't answer right away. He turned to the girl and asked if he could inquire about something. She asked what he was interested in. He continued by asking if she was going to the capital by chance not to meet the Chancellor. She replied that everything is exactly like that, and she has a conversation with him. He said that in such a case it is possible that she does not have to go all the way to the capital itself. The girl asked what he was talking about and added that this guy was in the capital, so she was going to meet him. Conde tried to stop the boy, but the girl, noticing this, told him to sit quietly because they didn't hear him anyway. R asked if there was a way to meet the Chancellor without reaching the capital. The guy said that His Majesty was the royal Chancellor whom she was looking for. Just in front of her, Haida became incredibly angry because he could not prevent it. The girl was very shocked by such news and could not believe it. He asked what was wrong with her face because she called him His Highness Chancellor Conde, and added that he had guessed this affectionate nickname and asked if it was not so. The girl turned to the boy and said that he had deceived her. She was incredibly angry. Chancellor Haida shamelessly lied to a naive girl. Kun asked her if she really didn't know about this. He found it really strange, and he felt guilty for letting His Majesty down. Armonia, who was incredibly angry with him, told him to answer her something, but the boy continued to listen to them in silence because he could not find the words to somehow answer her. Kun turned to her and apologized for interrupting and said that now he made a mistake. The girl asked whether if he had not told her, she would not have found out about it. Haida finally gathered himself to answer, and he said that he had deceived her. He was wrong. He added that at that time he was suspicious of her and could not easily reveal his identity. He said that he has a high position and people cannot treat him unceremoniously, and sometimes they aim at his power, money, and harm him. The guy remembers that when he mentioned his name, she said that she had something to tell him. The guy said that since she clearly indicated that it was quite natural for him to show mistrust, the girl said that she was insanely angry. R said that when he asked her about the ingredients for the potion, he said it was between us and asked if he had suspected her all this time. She added that she did not want to go with him at all, to protect him from monsters, and besides, to correct everything in which she was not guilty. The guy tried to address her, but she did not hear him. She said that although it was annoying and asked if he knew why she didn't leave, she replied that it was partly because she did not want to break her promise. She added that it was also because he constantly addressed her. She said that even without her there is a safe way to get to the capital because he has many powerful mercenaries, and yet every time she disappears, he always finds her. She said that they have different values and they go on different paths, but after seeing this side of him, over time she stopped hating him. The girl said that all the people she met before either hated her or tried to use her. Armonia said that she thought that he was a little different from all those people. She said that she thought that he turned to her because he trusted her, but added that he did not trust her at all. R said that it was all a lie and she was wrong. The guy tried to talk to her again, but in vain. The only thing that reminded me of summer was full of greenery, but his face was sad as if dark clouds were hanging over it. The girl thinks that she is also hiding her identity, and it's not that she doesn't understand his feelings, but she didn't understand why her feelings were so affected. She thought that Fairy's words were very correct, and the boundaries of truth and lies are ambiguous for people. She thinks that she began to forget about her goal and was so excited, she tried to stay in the summer, not noticing the cold weather. She thought that it was entirely her fault. Time passed imperceptibly, and they found themselves at the entrance to the capital, and Harmony wondered if it was she who said that the capital was really very big. The guard standing at the entrance turned to the Chancellor and greeted him. The girl thought that it was clear that he was called Mr. Chancellor here. She understood that he was showing his nameplate. The guard said that it took more time than they thought, and the boy replied that a lot happened on the way. The guard, of course, opened the gate and said they could enter now. Haida turned to the girl and said that he would give her a residence in the capital, but she refused and said that she did not need it. He asked if she really won't go, because there is quite a lot of space, so she will be able to rest well, because their journey seemed to be quite long and exhausting. The girl said that she had money left. She could get to the hotel by herself. She turned to him and said that she no longer wanted to contact him. The guy said that he understood her and asked if she had something to say to him in the end, not to Chancellor Haida, but to Kanda, even if she hated him. The girl poked a finger at him and told him not to live by deceiving others right in front of them and called him a troll goat. The guy said that he seriously still can't understand what the troll's goatee means and added that as for his lies, he asked to be allowed to explain. Suddenly he noticed that the girl was holding out her hand to him. The guy takes her hand, thinking that she is asking for his help. But the girl asked what he was doing. He replied that he thought she had asked for his hand in marriage. She asked what he was talking about and said that she didn't need a hand and asked him to give permission to meet with Chancellor Haida and added that he promised to give it when they got safely to the capital. The guy has already forgotten about it, but said that he will give it to her, but is it really necessary because he is standing right in front of her? The girl replied that she first needed to cool down and then they would be able to talk normally. She said that she needed time to think about it, and she added that no matter what, in exactly 1 week she will come to meet Chancellor Haida. She said that he promised her first and asked to leave his time free. The guy agreed. She said that in this case everything will go either well or not. Come and listen to her in silence. She was about to leave when an excited Kun suddenly called her. The girl asked him if he really shouldn't be with Chancellor Haida. The guy replied that 1 minute was nothing, and added that he wanted to tell her something. He turned to her and said that he thought about it well, and said that it seems to him that people should live together with people, not with monsters. The girl asked him if he at least knew her. He replied that of course if she still wants to stay in the forest you won't do anything. He said that despite this, he hopes that she will not ignore his words, and added that he wants her to think carefully about everything, saying that he is sincerely worried about her. The guard at the gate called Kun and said that His Majesty the Chancellor was looking for him. He replied that he understood. As he was leaving, he asked her if she said she would come here in a week and told her to rest well. After saying goodbye to her, he said that until the next meetings. The girl did not understand why he thinks that people and monsters cannot live together. Besides, people always think only from their point of view. She thinks she was influenced for a second and feels like a fool and thinks she should have stayed away from people. It seemed to her that the closer she is to people, the further she is from monsters. The girl approached the hotel and read its name, namely the hut with songs of the night. She thinks that this is a rather unusual name for a hotel and asked what they think. Suddenly, Armonia was very scared because a girl was standing behind her and said that she looked the same when she first started working here. Ar wonders where she came from because she really scared her. The girl said that she heard that this name was given to him by the first owner who created this place. The girl said that she immediately remembered her dear friend next to him. Ar asked her dear friend. She replied that this is how he was the manager and received patronage, and even in the past the hotel looked like this. She thought that if you think about it, for the entire time of her work, she never did any repairs. It seemed very plausible. Ar thinks that the patronage of a wizard is incredible, and yet the song of the night. Do wizards also like abstract things like monsters? The girl turned to her and said that she made her guest wait too long and invited her to come in. Ar replied that everything is fine. The girl asked to spend the night or errands. Ar replied that she should spend the night and asked what the errand was. She explained that people with errands come to drop it off in person, and mercenaries and hunters come to get it. She said that it would be the subjugation of monsters, for example, as well as entrusting us with the will, and sometimes entrusting us with important materials. But it was always interesting where hunters get such requests. Finally, she understood that from such places. The girl asked how long she would stay. Ar answered that she was going to stay for about a week. Suddenly, a very strange sign caught the girl's eyes, which really interested her. She took it in her hands and began to read what was written there. Suddenly, an uninvited guest disturbed them and asked if she could read the text written on the tablet. The girl who worked in the hotel said that it was Viscount Knight. R answered that no, and she was just talking to herself, and then she thought that she hadn't seen a good text for a long time, so she didn't notice. But the boy said that this is very strange, because this language is inhuman, so it would be impossible to read it. The guy said that she seems to be a very respectable guest. He said that she seemed to be from far away, and added that since she was hungry, he would treat her. Armonia said that it was not necessary, and he turned to the maid and asked her to prepare food for them. And he added that they will have a very serious conversation, so the dining room is not suitable for this. He turned to R and said that he would like to invite her to talk in his personal space. Sitting at the table and with a strange guy, she did not understand why such people constantly met her, whether all people living in the capital were so stubborn. The guy said that he seems to be late with the introduction and said that his name is Cancer Knight. The girl replied that her name is Harmony. He addressed, saying that she has a very beautiful name. She replied that it was an ordinary name without difficult pronunciation. He asked if she really thought so. He said that then they should go to the heart of the matter and asked if she could tell him what she had read in that text. The girl said that, as she said before, she was just talking to herself. But the guy answered that no, and she definitely read the inscription on the sign. He said that if she can't say, maybe he should ask those in her bag. The girl asked him with a trembling voice if he knew everything. He said that even the most intelligent researchers of ancient languages, or any ethnic group, could not interpret these letters, and added that this did not mean that he could not bring monsters here. He turned to her and said that if she knows, why not let her know him? The girl thought that she had made a mistake earlier, but it was not so. She clearly feels the energy of Lamia from this person. She answered him that it was written there, "May his beloved nest be eternal." He answered her that it was a very unexpected sentence. The girl asked him if it was true and added that now she wanted to ask him a question and asked who he was. He replied that he is an ordinary man and an ordinary monster. The girl caught herself thinking that she already knew and had never thought of it before. She said that it looked like a lamia, but was closer to humans, so she was puzzled. She said that he is a mixed race of human and monster. The boy replied that his grandmother told him that she was a monster, and his grandfather was an ordinary person, and that's how the blood of both races flows in him. He drew attention by saying that looking at the creatures in her bag, she also seems to be an unusual person, and asked what the purpose of her visit to the capital was. R thinks that he is closer to people, but he has monster blood in him and he may be the only one who can take her side. She said that she had arrived in the capital to stop the conquest of the Voltaire forest. He replied that it is very interesting, but he added that it is impossible. The girl said that she knows that it is difficult, but he said that it would be better for her to surrender, because it seems that this time the imperial palace has made a final decision. He turned to her and said that he did not know why she wanted to protect the forest, but he could say one thing for sure: she must have chosen the wrong path. He said that for her own good, he would like to advise her to change her direction quickly. He said that the destruction of the Voltaire forest had already taken place before, but as reported, each time ended in failure. But he said that in submission this time people will win. Knight said that of course if it was her choice, he wouldn't stop her. But he added that she should know that this is a waste of time. He added that if she takes the side of the people. Meanwhile, Lime jumped out of the girl's bag and flew straight into the stomach of this impudent boy, hitting him well. R asked why he jumped out so suddenly. He replied that she looked like she was in trouble, so he left. Lime said that he is really a man, but he smells like a monster. The boy asked what it was. Fairy asked how he could know if he didn't even have a nose. Lime replied that even without a nose, he could detect it by touching it. Fairy said that was not what he felt. Harmony asked them not to quarrel. The boy saw this and asked if she understood these monsters. She said, "Isn't it obvious?" and added that otherwise how would she be able to read that text? The boy asked if people could learn their language. She answered that, as he could see, she was able to learn it. The guy eventually asked how she did it and asked if other people could study her. I haven't yet answered that she doesn't understand why he asks her like that, but I think that people can, if they want to. And she asked him that in general people are not selfish, because they can do anything. She said that this is also the biggest difference between monsters and humans. Monsters mostly want to keep their lives the same, so they don't go on adventures in search of something new. People, on the contrary, try to enrich their lives, so they want to go further and endlessly study everything around them. That's why people develop faster than monsters. She thinks that maybe because she's human, she was able to get all the way here. She said that she also never thought that you would say something like that, But she added that a dragon lives in the Voltar forest. The guy was very surprised and questioned her. She said that he should know how rare dragons are, and added that they are one of those creatures that can control nature. Armonia said that the destruction of their place of residence, and asked if they do not understand how frivolous it is. The Viscount replied that subjugation does not mean the destruction of the forest, and added that he knows that dragons do not greatly interfere with the laws of the world. R replied that it is so, and of course they don't interfere. But this time, since the people have prepared, the dragon won't tolerate it either. Knight said that this is how it turns out, and said that it is definitely dangerous to act with a dragon. Cancer said that of course it would be so if dragons really existed. The girl asked if he didn't believe her. The guy said that there are no dragons in this world because the research work on numerous monsters is being updated, but the research on dragons is all at a dead end. He said that no matter how rare a monster is, it should leave a mark, and added that trolls can be cited as an example. Knight added that even rare trolls can be found on their tracks, and potions that use troll blood are still being produced. The boy said that there was no trace or proof of the dragon's existence. The girl replied that, judging by his words, he does not believe what she says and will take the side of the people and support their subjugation. But the boy replied that no, it is not so. He explained that he is not on the side of people but not on the side of monsters. Armonia said that he does not believe. Cancer said that this is not a lie because he has spent many years observing what is happening in the world. The guy added that this is why he just calmly tells his thoughts. Based on this, the girl thinks that Lamia is known as a long-lived monster. She thinks that he inherited her and had to live much longer than it seems. The girl said that people are so funny, and he asked what it was all of a sudden. She replied that no matter how much she told them and would not give them a chance, in the end they choose something that they will later regret. The girl turned around and said that they would definitely regret this submission. R also added that this would happen even before they could enter the land of the Voltar forest. The boy simply remained silent. The girl said that it would be better to keep this conversation a secret, otherwise she would not be left out either. Armonia asked if he thought that being a mixed-race llama was a big disadvantage. The boy asked if she was threatening him now. The girl said that she had just done what he tried to do to her, and added that in the end he knows the answer to this question. She came to her room and said that at first she wanted to quarrel with him. R asked if the subjugation really continued, whether the losses on their part would be great. Lime replied that he thought it was so. The girl thinks that as soon as the world knows about the existence of Caris, there will definitely be many more people who will target the dragon himself. After all, as they say, everything that dragons have is precious material for people. Lime said that he actually thought he would take their side since he hadn't seen mixed-race people in a long time. The girl was surprised and asked if they had met a person of mixed race before. Fairy said that there were quite a few of them in the past, although this was before R was born. The girl asked if there were many of them and asked why it is so difficult to see them now. Fairy said it was all because people killed them all. After all, they said that it was terrible and disgusting. But those who managed to survive all live either deep in the forest or, like that boy, hide among people. The girl looked at them and said that she was afraid to even imagine it. The girl was dissatisfied and said that she did not understand why he took the side of the people. She said that in a week she would try to persuade Chancellor Haida, but if she didn't succeed, she would just have to take Drake and come back. She said that even more than that, she always feels that she has forgotten something, and said that her hand is empty. Fairy looked in the bag and said that the money, the troll's blood, everything seemed to be in place. But suddenly she remembered that she had forgotten and told them that these were not things. She forgot about Nadiam, who was fast asleep in the carriage. She did not understand how she could forget about him. Fairy said that everything is very simple, and she was not with him from the beginning. Lime said that she is very calm. Fairy said that it was not so, and the girl considered herself a fool. She believed that she had forgotten what she had forgotten, and had left the spirit of the guardian somewhere inexplicably. She began to remember that the carriage went straight to the Imperial Palace. The girl told her friends to rest here for a while. Fairy asked if she would go alone and said that they should go together. She answered that no, and it would be faster if she ran alone. She said that she would bring Nadiam with her. She believes that it is necessary to get to the palace as soon as possible. After all, if Nadiam wakes up, he will not stay in place because of his character. She clearly understood that before Nadiam could speak to people in the language of monsters, it was necessary to take him away. Finally, the tired girl, who was sweating quite a bit, ran to the palace. She could not believe that she had finally found the palace. She had the feeling that no one could enter, and it turns out that what Conde said was true. Armonia remembers that she received permission to enter and begins to look for him. Suddenly she realizes that she does not have the bag in which the permit was, and she remembers that she left her bag at the hotel. She cannot understand what is wrong with her today. She thinks that they won't let her go so easily, but it's still worth trying. She approached the guard and apologized. The guard asked what happened. The girl said that she had some business and asked if she could come in for a minute. The guard said that this is not a passage yard. He asked her to stop talking nonsense and to leave quickly. The girl started shouting that it is not because she has any other intentions, but because her friend is there. The guy said that this place was constantly guarded today. He added that outsiders were not allowed there. He told her not to lie and just leave. R said that her friend was in one of the carriages that entered the imperial estate today. She said that if they couldn't let her in, let them call Chancellor Haida, or maybe Kuhn. Armonia said that if they could convey it to them, they would understand what it was about. Suddenly, the guy pointed his weapon at the girl and asked how she dares to say that without ceremony. He said that he would pretend that he did not hear anything and asked to take her away from here. The second guard reminded him that he was a civilian and should not behave like that. The girl asked if he would let her in and asked if it was really so difficult to convey. The guy was really fed up with all this. Everything annoyed him, and he replied that it was exactly the same and it was time for her. The girl also started to get annoyed by the guy's attitude, and she said that his soul is worse than a troll's goatee. The guy got very angry and asked what she said now. Suddenly, someone interrupted their quarrel and said that today is a little noisy. The man standing behind Armonia asked what was happening here. He turned out to be Archmage Rusner. He asked why they aimed their weapons at a decent civilian. Approaching the girl, he asked why she was looking for His Majesty Chancellor Haida. The girl replied that she just wanted to pick up her friend. She explained that her friend is there and she used to be in the penitentiary Zagionu and that guy keeps bothering her. The boy began to shout that he is not someone who can be called so easily, but the Archmage showed him that he should not interfere. The girl said that she was with him all this time, and the guard said that she did not need to lie and asked her to be honest. Finally, unable to bear it, the Archmage intervened and asked them to stop, adding that this was no longer a children's quarrel. He turned to the girl and said that he could help her get her friend out of there and added that he also knew where the carriages of the penal squad were. The girl was shocked by the guy's generosity and thanked him. The guard tried to stop him, saying that he did not understand her identity, but Ahimak replied that he was taking full responsibility and asked him not to worry. The Archmage said that they need to go straight and turn right. The girl agreed with him. Armonia remembers that he was called an Archmage and wonders why he helped her. Suddenly, the guy said that he thought she was wondering why he helped. She asked how he knew. The Archmage said that everything is written on her face, and she replied that everyone says the same thing. The boy said that in the world he is called an Archmage, but for convenience she can call him just Rusner. She said okay and asked why he helped her. Armonia was really curious about the reason for his kindness. The guy, adjusting his glasses, said that he should probably call it a premonition. The surprised girl asked him. He explained that when he reached the level of Archmage, he had a premonition, and he added that this person is telling or lying with premonitions. Is this exactly the person he definitely needs? He added that he hears a lot. The girl asked if he told him about her. R asked if he was really close to Chancellor Haida, and the guy suggested keeping it a secret. Armonia asked how he knew so many people. At that time, the guy looked at her very mysteriously. He thought that this lady was the same one he mentioned every time in his letters. The guy remembers that he said that he wanted to have a capable person on his side. Archmage Rosner believed that in the future all this would become very fun. The Archmage led the girl to the carriages and said that they were standing right here. He asked if she remembered which of them she was riding in. The girl replied that it was definitely a carriage from the front. Armonia added that there are so many of them here, and she doesn't know for sure which one they are. Rosner replied that in such a case, they would watch one after the other. The girl asked if there was some kind of search magic, because he is somehow an Archmage, when suddenly she heard the boys asking each other what they should do with this child. She heard that the knight said that no matter what they ask, the child does not answer. Armonia could not believe her happiness. Were they talking about little Nadium who got lost? The spirit began to shout at R, asking how she dared to leave him. R only apologized and said that she was sorry. Taking the boy's hand, the girl said that she was too busy. The girl turned and said that this would never happen again and apologized once again while the spirit silently looked at her. The spirit said that she was bad, but because of his generosity he would forgive her only once. Ar thanked him. Looking at the knights, the girl noticed that one of the boys seemed familiar to her, and he asked if she had brought this child here. Armonia remembered that it was he who pounced on her after the lizard attack. But the girl thought in her mind that she did not want to get lost anywhere and answered that everything was correct and she would take him right away, asking him not to worry. Armonia thanked Rusner because it was thanks to him that she was able to find a friend. The boy replied that he had not done anything special. He said that it would be better if he took her to the castle gate just in case. The girl replied that no, everything is fine. They will manage themselves. The knights were watching it. Suddenly, when the girl was about to leave, the same annoying guy called her and asked her to wait. The guy turned to her saying that he had a question for her. The girl asked again, because she did not understand him. The boy looked at the girl and asked if she really did not want to participate in the subjugation. Gathering her will into a fist, the girl was able to answer him, firmly saying no. The guy turned to the girl and asked if she really said no, and then said that it was a shame. The knight added that he thought the subjugation would end very quickly if she took part. Armonia tried to calm herself down and reminded herself to be patient and not say anything. He said that it would be good for them if the subjugation would end quickly, because all residents would be able to live comfortably and happily. The boy said that if the submission was successful, His Majesty the Emperor would surely reward her sincerely, and asked what she thought about it. The guy began to tell that he would give her wealth for the rest of her life, or she may receive a higher title than the crystal card. He added that this is an opportunity to gain wealth and fame. He asked if she was sure she didn't want it. Archmage Rusner tried to stop them and said that they could talk about it later, but the girl responded by asking if he knew. She continued by asking if he knew why they were always thinking about their position. It seemed that the boy did not understand her at all, so he asked what she meant. The girl explained that the reason she stayed with them was that she made a deal with Chancellor Haida. The girl said that the contract ended as soon as they arrived in the capital and continued that she was not interested in anything he said, neither wealth nor words. The girl left and said that he just had to try to attack her again. Rusner was very surprised that she was really not interested in wealth or fame. The knight approached her and asked her to wait a second. He continued saying that it is good if she is not interested in wealth and fame. He continued by saying if in that case she could not help others out of her kindness, and added that when all the monsters disappeared in the empire, everyone could be happy. The girl asked who said that everyone will be happy when the monsters disappear. She asked that if only monsters disappeared from the world, then everyone would really be happy. After all, if this happens, the forest will gradually die, right? And she added that not even the spirits of the earth can live on a dying earth. The girl added that people will eventually have to bear the burden of the dead forest. The guy asked why she was talking like that and added that monsters have nothing to do with the forest. The girl told them to look at this guy who doesn't understand anything about the forest and monsters. Armonia asked him not to impose his judgment on others because what he thinks will be good can cause terrible pain to someone. The boy said that he felt it last time and asked if she really protects monsters. Suddenly, the Archmage said that it was enough and added that he thought it was not worth talking about it. The boy tried to deny him, but Rusner asked if he did not understand his words. The boy quickly replied that he understood everything. Armonia thinks that she did not want to contact this guy because she was afraid of something like that. She was very angry and thought it was unbearable. Suddenly, Rusner turned to the girl and apologized to her. The girl was angry, so she growled a little at him, asking what he wanted. Rusner apologized for chatting with her when she was so sensual and added that despite this he could not restrain his curiosity. He asked if the girl really likes monsters. She silently looked at him and did not answer anything. She said she had no reason to answer his question, but the boy asked if that was true. The girl answered yes and added that they were already leaving, saying that it was time for him too. The guy said goodbye to them. He said that in any case they will see each other next time. The girl asked him because she was very surprised, but the guy said that she herself said that she would return in a week. Armonia said that it was true and seemed to understand everything. Rusner asked her to be more careful and said that he would wait for their meeting. The girl looked at him and did not know if she had ever told this boy her name or schedule, when suddenly Nadiam called her. He said that eventually it would be nice to learn human language properly. The girl was surprised and asked why he was speaking human language. The little spirit answered that it was because he did not know if something like today would happen again. Armonia, leading little Nadium by the hand, was getting farther and farther from the estate. Oddly enough, at that time Haida was watching them, who was very interested. He heard that they addressed him and said that he has a very good eye. It turned out to be Rusner, and he turned to him saying that, as he said in his letter, she is a great person, but also quite a strong opponent. He added that if the boy really wants to achieve this goal, the Archmage added that he needed to work much harder. Chancellor Haida answered him that this is how it works. Rusner continued by saying that he immediately understood why His Majesty the Chancellor was so greedy, because she is special. He added that she is not trying to increase her power at the expense of wealth and fame. Her personal rightness and wrongness are clearly expressed, and it is possible that this will make her stronger. He said that besides, she is well versed in monsters, and everything will definitely go smoothly. Adjusting his glasses, Rusner said that, however, judging by her conversation with the knight earlier, he added that it looks like she is not going to take part in subduing monsters. He asked Haida what he was going to do about it. Chancellor Haida replied that he was not sure what he was asking about. Rusner asked whether he would not allow him to take part in this subjugation and added that he thought that His Majesty the Chancellor would use any possible means. He added that it would be good if she followed him. Haida said that he would take care of that, and that there was nothing wrong with that and he should just do his job. The Chancellor said that even if she comes here, he should not approach her in the future. The guy added that it's all because it's none of his business. Rusner said that he seems to have offended His Majesty the Chancellor. Rusner said that if other people hear it, they may think he did something wrong. He continued that he just wanted to give him some advice, but it looks like His Majesty doesn't really want to get it. The boy bowed to the Chancellor and said that in any case everything would be as he wished, and if he wants to, he will keep his distance. Returning and leaving the Chancellor in thought, the boy said that it was time for him to go. Looking at how Rusner is walking, Haida thinks that he said something for no reason. The guy thinks that he is really interested in Armonia and he would not give up so easily. Let's see the letter. I couldn't believe that he forgot about it. 17 years ago, he was asked for help and said that a monster stole a child. It was done by none other than Duke Fel Baorn. At that time, parchments with the search for the child were hung everywhere. It seems that it was a big incident that turned the city upside down. Now it has already become one of many forgotten incidents. The boy thinks that if a person is caught by a monster, it will be difficult to return alive, because most people probably thought that the child was already dead. But suddenly he began to think, what if this child is still alive? He thinks that it is necessary to learn more about the Duchy of Felborn. Finally, the time has come. It was a decisive day for Armonia and the entire Volter Forest. The girl thought that she had taken permission to enter. She also remembered that she might meet another boy who looked like a troll and decided to take a dagger with her. The girl asked if she had taken everything. Lime saw the girl and asked if she was going to leave. Lime said that she should have breakfast and then go. The girl was surprised and asked if he had woken up. The girl said that she thought that she would be able to save time if she left earlier, because the matter with Drake should be resolved. Lime jumped into the girl's arms and said that then they should go together. The girl apologized to him and said that she thought she should go alone today. He asked why. The girl explained that the guarding of the Imperial Palace is much more serious than she thought. She continued that if they go together and get caught, it will be a very big problem. Armonia asked Lime to take care of Fairy and Nadium, who were still sleeping. The girl got into the Imperial Palace. Walking through the corridors, she thinks that inside it is just as arranged as outside. You can enter this place only with an entry permit. She also added that everyone should have seen that guy's face. The knight turned to the girl and said that this was the office of His Majesty Chancellor Haida. She added that it is inside because there are no external graphics. Armonia shouted, calling Chancellor Haida. The knight was very surprised by the girl's behavior because she did not expect such behavior at all. The girl broke into his office and asked if he was ready to talk to her, but there she saw something that shocked her. Viscount Knight was standing next to Chancellor Haida, and the boy himself was very surprised to see the girl. Viscount Knight said that there is no use in the fact that they drag out time, and it seems better to go to the Red Bean to fix the contract. Haida asked him to immediately prepare the crew. Of course, Knight agreed and went to carry out the order. The girl could not believe that they knew each other and asked what the Red Bean was and what kind of contract it was. The girl was surprised that he gave the order to prepare the crew and asked what about the promise he gave her. Haida said that it would be difficult to chat today. The guy said that he tried with all his might to keep the promise given to them, but an unexpected problem arose. Armonia asked if he was talking about red beans and asked what they were. The girl also said that he should tell her the reason for breaking his promise. The guy said that he already told her that there is a place where only potions are made, and added that there, he decided to buy a large amount of potions to use them in subjugation. The guy continued by saying that the entire contract had already been fulfilled. He continued that he did not know if it was a communication problem or just a sudden change of opinion on their part. But he could say one thing. In any case, he would have to go and fix it. He continued apologizing for today and said he would contact her soon. The girl thinks that troll blood is hard to find, but they continue to make potions. She thinks that if it can be found in large quantities, then the number of trolls that make sacrifices is quite large. The girl did not know where they get so many trolls from. Haida asked what her answer was. The girl answered that no, he did not need to contact her again. R continued by saying that he should take her with him instead. Armonia thinks that it smells very suspicious. The guy asked if she was going to go with him to the potion factory now. The girl replied that everything was correct and asked if she could. He replied that it was not impossible, but it really surprised him. The guy said that he thought that she hates such places, but she replied that it is true that she hates it and wants to leave. She explained that the population of trolls is decreasing, but she is interested in how they continue to prepare potions. Armonia thinks that it would be good if there was a way not to sacrifice monsters, but she understands that the probability of this is very small, because people mainly prepared potions from the blood of trolls. The girl thought that if trolls are killed indiscriminately now, then in the near future they may no longer be seen. She remembers that such things were somehow solved, and she thought that people are bad because they protect animals but not monsters. Haida said that she suddenly became angry and ordered her to calm down first. The boy said that they would leave immediately and asked if she would mind. Armonia replied that she was hoping for it because it saves time and is actually very good. Haida said that then they would go together and added that the Viscount had probably already prepared a carriage. The girl took Haida's hand and asked him to wait a moment. When she returned, she asked if he was friends with the boy who had recently come in. The boy asked if she meant Viscount Knight, and he added that he was a representative of a merchant who promised any support in subduing monsters. He explained that if it should be called something, it is a business relationship. Armonia realized that although he was neutral, he was still on the side of the people. She did not understand whether he really wanted to enter the human environment. She thinks that it is the same as contacting someone who wants to set the monsters on fire. Haida asked why she was suddenly asking this. Taking her hand away, the girl said that it was nothing special. She thought that no matter how much monster blood he had, he was on the side of the people. She understood that she had nothing to worry about. Chancellor Haida, Viscount Knight, and Armonia arrived at the great estate. The girl said that it is not as big as the Emperor's castle, but it is also incredibly big. R asked if they make and sell potions there. Haida replied that he had heard that there was a factory under this building. Of course, the girl thought that it would not be a lie that he said that they monopolize the market. She noted that despite the morning, people are already standing in such a queue. Haida said that it would be faster if he talked to them himself and ordered the two of them to wait for him here. Haida said he would be back soon, and Knight asked if the girls were going to continue to pretend they didn't know him. Armonia added that she does not talk to liars, and Knight asked if he lied to her and said that it was impossible. The guy said that, as he said before, he still takes a neutral position. The girl asked again and added that she decided to show support in any cases related to the subjugation of monsters. The girl was angry, so she growled a little at him, asking what he wanted. Rusner apologized for chatting with her when she was so sensual and added that despite this he could not restrain his curiosity. He asked if the girl really likes monsters. She silently looked at him and did not answer anything. She said she had no reason to answer his question, but the boy asked if that was true. The girl answered yes and added that they were already leaving, saying that it was time for him too. The guy said goodbye to them. He said that in any case they will see each other next time. The girl asked him because she was very surprised, but the guy said that she herself said that she would return in a week. Armonia said that it was true and seemed to understand everything. Rusner asked her to be more careful and said that he would wait for their meeting. The girl looked at him and did not know if she had ever told this boy her name or schedule, when suddenly Nadiam called her. He said that eventually it would be nice to learn human language properly. The girl was surprised and asked why he was speaking human language. The little spirit answered that it was because he did not know if something like today would happen again. Armonia, leading little Nadium by the hand, was getting farther and farther from the estate. Oddly enough, at that time, Haida was watching them, who was very interested. He heard that they addressed him and said that he has a very good eye. It turned out to be Rusner, and he turned to him saying that, as he said in his letter, she is a great person, but also quite a strong opponent. He added that if the boy really wants to achieve this goal, the Archmage added that he needed to work much harder. Chancellor Haida answered him that this is how it works. Rusner continued by saying that he immediately understood why His Majesty the Chancellor was so greedy, because she is special. He added that she is not trying to increase her power at the expense of wealth and fame. Her personal rightness and wrongness are clearly expressed, and it is possible that this will make her stronger. He said that besides, she is well versed in monsters, and everything will definitely go smoothly. Adjusting his glasses, Rusner said that, however, judging by her conversation with the knight earlier, he added that it looks like she is not going to take part in subduing monsters. He asked Haida what he was going to do about it. Chancellor Haida replied that he was not sure what he was asking about. Rusner asked whether he would not allow him to take part in this subjugation and added that he thought that His Majesty the Chancellor would use any possible means. He added that it would be good if she followed him. Haida said that he would take care of that, and that there was nothing wrong with that and he should just do his job. The Chancellor said that even if she comes here, he should not approach her in the future. The guy added that it's all because it's none of his business. Rusner said that he seems to have offended His Majesty the Chancellor. Rusner said that if other people hear it, they may think he did something wrong. He continued that he just wanted to give him some advice, but it looks like His Majesty doesn't really want to get it. The boy bowed to the Chancellor and said that in any case, everything would be as he wished, and if he wants to, he will keep his distance. Returning and leaving the Chancellor in thought, the boy said that it was time for him to go. Looking at how Rusner is walking, Haida thinks that he said something for no reason. The guy thinks that he is really interested in Armonia and he would not give up so easily. Let's see the letter. I couldn't believe that he forgot about it. 17 years ago, he was asked for help and said that a monster stole a child. It was done by none other than Duke Fel Baorn. At that time, parchments with the search for the child were hung everywhere. It seems that it was a big incident that turned the city upside down. Now it has already become one of many forgotten incidents. The boy thinks that if a person is caught by a monster, it will be difficult to return alive, because most people probably thought that the child was already dead. But suddenly he began to think, what if this child is still alive? He thinks that it is necessary to learn more about the Duchy of Felborn. Finally, the time has come. It was a decisive day for Armonia and the entire Volter forest. The girl thought that she had taken permission to enter. She also remembered that she might meet another boy who looked like a troll and decided to take a dagger with her. The girl asked if she had taken everything. Lime saw the girl and asked if she was going to leave. Lime said that she should have breakfast and then go. The girl was surprised and asked if he had woken up. The girl said that she thought that she would be able to save time if she left earlier, because the matter with Drake should be resolved. Lime jumped into the girl's arms and said that then they should go together. The girl apologized to him and said that she thought she should go alone today. He asked why. The girl explained that the guarding of the Imperial Palace is much more serious than she thought. She continued that if they go together and get caught, it will be a very big problem. Armonia asked Lime to take care of Fairy and Nadium, who were still sleeping. The girl got into the Imperial Palace. Walking through the corridors, she thinks that inside it is just as arranged as outside. You can enter this place only with an entry permit. She also added that everyone should have seen that guy's face. The knight turned to the girl and said that this was the office of His Majesty Chancellor Haida. She added that it is inside because there are no external graphics. Armonia shouted, calling Chancellor Haida. The knight was very surprised by the girl's behavior because she did not expect such behavior at all. The girl broke into his office and asked if he was ready to talk to her, but there she saw something that shocked her. Viscount Knight was standing next to Chancellor Haida, and the boy himself was very surprised to see the girl. Viscount Knight said that there is no use in the fact that they drag out time, and it seems better to go to the Red Bean to fix the contract. Haida asked him to immediately prepare the crew. Of course, Knight agreed and went to carry out the order. The girl could not believe that they knew each other and asked what the Red Bean was and what kind of contract it was. The girl was surprised that he gave the order to prepare the crew and asked what about the promise he gave her. Haida said that it would be difficult to chat today. The guy said that he tried with all his might to keep the promise given to them, but an unexpected problem arose. Armonia asked if he was talking about red beans and asked what they were. The girl also said that he should tell her the reason for breaking his promise. The guy said that he already told her that there is a place where only potions are made, and added that there, he decided to buy a large amount of potions to use them in subjugation. The guy continued by saying that the entire contract had already been fulfilled. He continued that he did not know if it was a communication problem or just a sudden change of opinion on their part. But he could say one thing. In any case, he would have to go and fix it. He continued apologizing for today and said he would contact her soon. The girl thinks that troll blood is hard to find, but they continue to make potions. She thinks that if it can be found in large quantities, then the number of trolls that make sacrifices is quite large. The girl did not know where they get so many trolls from. Haida asked what her answer was. The girl answered that no, he did not need to contact her again. R continued by saying that he should take her with him instead. Armonia thinks that it smells very suspicious. The guy asked if she was going to go with him to the potion factory now. The girl replied that everything was correct and asked if she could. He replied that it was not impossible, but it really surprised him. The guy said that he thought that she hates such places, but she replied that it is true that she hates it and wants to leave. She explained that the population of trolls is decreasing, but she is interested in how they continue to prepare potions. Armonia thinks that it would be good if there was a way not to sacrifice monsters, but she understands that the probability of this is very small, because people mainly prepared potions from the blood of trolls. The girl thought that if trolls are killed indiscriminately now, then in the near future they may no longer be seen. She remembers that such things were somehow solved, and she thought that people are bad because they protect animals but not monsters. Haida said that she suddenly became angry and ordered her to calm down first. The boy said that they would leave immediately and asked if she would mind. Armonia replied that she was hoping for it because it saves time and is actually very good. Haida said that then they would go together and added that the Viscount had probably already prepared a carriage. The girl took Haida's hand and asked him to wait a moment. When she returned, she asked if he was friends with the boy who had recently come in. The boy asked if she meant Viscount Knight, and he added that he was a representative of a merchant who promised any support in subduing monsters. He explained that if it should be called something, it is a business relationship. Armonia realized that although he was neutral, he was still on the side of the people. She did not understand whether he really wanted to enter the human environment. She thinks that it is the same as contacting someone who wants to set the monsters on fire. Haida asked why she was suddenly asking this. Taking her hand away, the girl said that it was nothing special. She thought that no matter how much monster blood he had, he was on the side of the people. She understood that she had nothing to worry about. Chancellor Haida, Viscount Knight, and Armonia arrived at the great estate. The girl said that it is not as big as the Emperor's castle, but it is also incredibly big. R asked if they make and sell potions there. Haida replied that he had heard that there was a factory under this building. Of course, the girl thought that it would not be a lie that he said that they monopolized the market. She noted that despite the morning, people are already standing in such a queue. Haida said that it would be faster if he talked to them himself and ordered the two of them to wait for him here. Haida said he would be back soon, and Knight asked if the girls were going to continue to pretend they didn't know him. Armonia added that she does not talk to liars, and Knight asked if he lied to her and said that it was impossible. The guy said that, as he said before, he still takes a neutral position. The girl asked again and added that she decided to show support in any cases related to the subjugation of monsters. The girl was angry, so she growled a little at him, asking what he wanted. Rusner apologized for chatting with her when she was so sensual and added that despite this he could not restrain his curiosity. He asked if the girl really likes monsters. She silently looked at him and did not answer anything. She said she had no reason to answer his question, but the boy asked if that was true. The girl answered yes and added that they were already leaving, saying that it was time for him too. The guy said goodbye to them. He said that in any case they will see each other next time. The girl asked him because she was very surprised, but the guy said that she herself said that she would return in a week. Armonia said that it was true and seemed to understand everything. Rusner asked her to be more careful and said that he would wait for their meeting. The girl looked at him and did not know if she'd ever told this boy her name or schedule, when suddenly Nadiam called her. He said that eventually it would be nice to learn human language properly. The girl was surprised and asked why he was speaking human language. The little spirit answered that it was because he did not know if something like today would happen again. Armonia, leading little Nadium by the hand, was getting farther and farther from the estate. Oddly enough, at that time Haida was watching them, who was very interested. He heard that they addressed him and said that he has a very good eye. It turned out to be Rusner, and he turned to him saying that, as he said in his letter, she is a great person, but also quite a strong opponent. He added that if the boy really wants to achieve this goal, the Archmage added that he needed to work much harder. Chancellor Haida answered him that this is how it works. Rusner continued by saying that he immediately understood why His Majesty the Chancellor was so greedy, because she is special. He added that she is not trying to increase her power at the expense of wealth and fame. Her personal rightness and wrongness are clearly expressed, and it is possible that this will make her stronger. He said that besides, she is well versed in monsters, and everything will definitely go smoothly. Adjusting his glasses, Rusner said that, however, judging by her conversation with the knight earlier, he added that it looks like she is not going to take part in subduing monsters. He asked Haida what he was going to do about it. Chancellor Haida replied that he was not sure what he was asking about. Rusner asked whether he would not allow him to take part in this subjugation and added that he thought that His Majesty the Chancellor would use any possible means. He added that it would be good if she followed him. Haida said that he would take care of that, and that there was nothing wrong with that and he should just do his job. The Chancellor said that even if she comes here, he should not approach her in the future. The guy added that it's all because it's none of his business. Rusner said that he seems to have offended His Majesty the Chancellor. Rusner said that if other people hear it, they may think he did something wrong. He continued that he just wanted to give him some advice, but it looks like His Majesty doesn't really want to get it. The boy bowed to the Chancellor and said that in any case everything would be as he wished, and if he wants to, he will keep his distance. Returning and leaving the Chancellor in thought, the boy said that it was time for him to go. Looking at how Rusner is walking, Haida thinks that he said something for no reason. The guy thinks that he is really interested in Armonia and he would not give up so easily. Let's see the letter. I couldn't believe that he forgot about it. 17 years ago, he was asked for help and said that a monster stole a child. It was done by none other than Duke Fel Baorn. At that time, parchments with the search for the child were hung everywhere. It seems that it was a big incident that turned the city upside down. Now it has already become one of many forgotten incidents. The boy thinks that if a person is caught by a monster, it will be difficult to return alive, because most people probably thought that the child was already dead. But suddenly he began to think, what if this child is still alive? He thinks that it is necessary to learn more about the Duchy of Felborn. Finally, the time has come. It was a decisive day for Armonia and the entire Volter Forest. The girl thought that she had taken permission to enter. She also remembered that she might meet another boy who looked like a troll and decided to take a dagger with her. The girl asked if she had taken everything. Lime saw the girl and asked if she was going to leave. Lime said that she should have breakfast and then go. The girl was surprised and asked if he had woken up. The girl said that she thought that she would be able to save time if she left earlier, because the matter with Drake should be resolved. Lime jumped into the girl's arms and said that then they should go together. The girl apologized to him and said that she thought she should go alone today. He asked why. The girl explained that the guarding of the Imperial Palace is much more serious than she thought. She continued that if they go together and get caught, it will be a very big problem. Armonia asked Lime to take care of Fairy and Nadium, who were still sleeping. The girl got into the Imperial Palace. Walking through the corridors, she thinks that inside it is just as arranged as outside. You can enter this place only with an entry permit. She also added that everyone should have seen that guy's face. The knight turned to the girl and said that this was the office of His Majesty Chancellor Haida. She added that it is inside because there are no external graphics. Armonia shouted, calling Chancellor Haida. The knight was very surprised by the girl's behavior because she did not expect such behavior at all. The girl broke into his office and asked if he was ready to talk to her, but there she saw something that shocked her. Viscount Knight was standing next to Chancellor Haida, and the boy himself was very surprised to see the girl. Viscount Knight said that there is no use in the fact that they drag out time, and it seems better to go to the Red Bean to fix the contract. Haida asked him to immediately prepare the crew. Of course, Knight agreed and went to carry out the order. The girl could not believe that they knew each other and asked what the Red Bean was and what kind of contract it was. The girl was surprised that he gave the order to prepare the crew and asked what about the promise he gave her. Haida said that it would be difficult to chat today. The guy said that he tried with all his might to keep the promise given to them, but an unexpected problem arose. Armonia asked if he was talking about red beans and asked what they were. The girl also said that he should tell her the reason for breaking his promise. The guy said that he already told her that there is a place where only potions are made, and added that there, he decided to buy a large amount of potions to use them in subjugation. The guy continued by saying that the entire contract had already been fulfilled. He continued that he did not know if it was a communication problem or just a sudden change of opinion on their part. But he could say one thing: in any case he would have to go and fix it. He continued apologizing for today and said he would contact her soon. The girl thinks that troll blood is hard to find, but they continue to make potions. She thinks that if it can be found in large quantities, then the number of trolls that make sacrifices is quite large. The girl did not know where they get so many trolls from. Haida asked what her answer was. The girl answered that no, he did not need to contact her again. R continued by saying that he should take her with him instead. Armonia thinks that it smells very suspicious. The guy asked if she was going to go with him to the potion factory now. The girl replied that everything was correct and asked if she could. He replied that it was not impossible, but it really surprised him. The guy said that he thought that she hates such places, but she replied that it is true that she hates it and wants to leave. She explained that the population of trolls is decreasing, but she is interested in how they continue to prepare potions. Armonia thinks that it would be good if there was a way not to sacrifice monsters, but she understands that the probability of this is very small, because people mainly prepared potions from the blood of trolls. The girl thought that if trolls are killed indiscriminately now, then in the near future they may no longer be seen. She remembers that such things were somehow solved, and she thought that people are bad because they protect animals but not monsters. Haida said that she suddenly became angry and ordered her to calm down first. The boy said that they would leave immediately and asked if she would mind. Armonia replied that she was hoping for it because it saves time and is actually very good. Haida said that then they would go together and added that the Viscount had probably already prepared a carriage. The girl took Haida's hand and asked him to wait a moment. When she returned, she asked if he was friends with the boy who had recently come in. The boy asked if she meant Viscount Knight, and he added that he was a representative of a merchant who promised any support in subduing monsters. He explained that if it should be called something, it is a business relationship. Armonia realized that although he was neutral, he was still on the side of the people. She did not understand whether he really wanted to enter the human environment. She thinks that it is the same as contacting someone who wants to set the monsters on fire. Haida asked why she was suddenly asking this. Taking her hand away, the girl said that it was nothing special. She thought that no matter how much monster blood he had, he was on the side of the people. She understood that she had nothing to worry about. Chancellor Haida, Viscount Knight, and Armonia arrived at the great estate. The girl said that it is not as big as the Emperor's castle, but it is also incredibly big. R asked if they make and sell potions there. Haida replied that he had heard that there was a factory under this building. Of course, the girl thought that it would not be a lie that he said that they monopolize the market. She noted that despite the morning, people are already standing in such a queue. Haida said that it would be faster if he talked to them himself and ordered the two of them to wait for him here. Haida said he would be back soon, and Knight asked if the girls were going to continue to pretend they didn't know him. Armonia added that she does not talk to liars, and Knight asked if he lied to her and said that it was impossible. The guy said that, as he said before, he still takes a neutral position. The girl asked again and added that she decided to show support in any cases related to the subjugation of monsters. She thinks that if it can be found in large quantities, then the number of trolls that make sacrifices is quite large. The girl did not know where they get so many trolls from. Haida asked what her answer was. The girl answered that no, he did not need to contact her again. R continued by saying that he should take her with him instead. Armonia thinks that it smells very suspicious. The guy asked if she was going to go with him to the potion factory now. The girl replied that everything was correct and asked if she could. He replied that it was not impossible, but it really surprised him. The guy said that he thought that she hates such places, but she replied that it is true that she hates it and wants to leave. She explained that the population of trolls is decreasing, but she is interested in how they continue to prepare potions. Armonia thinks that it would be good if there was a way not to sacrifice monsters, but she understands that the probability of this is very small, because people mainly prepared potions from the blood of trolls. The girl thought that if trolls are killed indiscriminately now, then in the near future they may no longer be seen. She remembers that such things were somehow solved, and she thought that people are bad because they protect animals but not monsters. Haida said that she suddenly became angry and ordered her to calm down first. The boy said that they would leave immediately and asked if she would mind. Armonia replied that she was hoping for it because it saves time and is actually very good. Haida said that then they would go together and added that the Viscount had probably already prepared a carriage. The girl took Haida's hand and asked him to wait a moment. When she returned, she asked if he was friends with the boy who had recently come in. The boy asked if she meant Viscount Knight, and he added that he was a representative of a merchant who promised any support in subduing monsters. He explained that if it should be called something, it is a business relationship. Armonia realized that although he was neutral, he was still on the side of the people. She did not understand whether he really wanted to enter the human environment. She thinks that it is the same as contacting someone who wants to set the monsters on fire. Haida asked why she was suddenly asking this. Taking her hand away, the girl said that it was nothing special. She thought that no matter how much monster blood he had, he was on the side of the people. She understood that she had nothing to worry about. Chancellor Haida, Viscount Knight, and Armonia arrived at the great estate. The girl said that it is not as big as the Emperor's castle, but it is also incredibly big. R asked if they make and sell potions there. Haida replied that he had heard that there was a factory under this building. Of course, the girl thought that it would not be a lie that he said that they monopolize the market. She noted that despite the morning, people are already standing in such a queue. Haida said that it would be faster if he talked to them himself and ordered the two of them to wait for him here. Haida said he would be back soon, and Knight asked if the girls were going to continue to pretend they didn't know him. Armonia added that she does not talk to liars, and Knight asked if he lied to her and said that it was impossible. The guy said that, as he said before, he still takes a neutral position. The girl asked again and added that she decided to show support in any cases related to the subjugation of monsters.